We're going live right now to Georgia. We have the flag hoisting taking place right now. Just pinned it.
Yay! Yay! Yay!
America. Yes.
Jai Hind.
We'll now have the US anthem also going on. If you could focus on the ladies who are going to sing right now. Thank you.
Bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the liberty watched, where so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting, gaily flew through the night.
Started with a thought. The concept of US Impact started with a thought that Indian Americans need to have a voice. We wanted to have a political voice. We wanted to be in front of political leadership. We wanted them to understand that we also had concerns. We were not the ones who were just earning money. We were not just the ones who were just looking at paying taxes on time and being completely on the right side of the law. We also had concerns, and these were not getting addressed. And so US Impact was formed to be that particular voice, not just at a neighborhood level, not just at a city level, not just at a state level. We wanted to be a voice at a US level.
With a neighborhood group of a little over 50 people, we quickly realized that if we are getting involved in the political system, we need to have a formal organization in place. And that's where we decided to register ourselves as a formal political action committee at the Texas Ethics Commission. But soon we realized that since we are growing leaps and bounds throughout the United States, we also decided to register ourselves with the Federal Ethics Commission. And that's how formally US Impact Political Action Committee was born.
As a core team bifurcated went on to form US Impact Advocacy Group, a social welfare organization. What started as a neighborhood group today actively has over 5,800 members and volunteers, making us one of the largest Indian American advocacy groups in the US.
US Impact has currently 26 chapters all across USA, with many chapters adding every single day because of amazing volunteers and leaders who are joining our team. Our state presidents are empowered to execute their own plans in their respective states, as long as they are in alignment with the ideologies of US Impact.
IARW is one of the key divisions of US Impact and one of the fastest growing Republican women's groups in the country today. We encourage, empower, and educate women in general, and especially women of Indian origin, to be part of the policies and the political process that affect us.
At US Impact, we work on three important things: trade, commerce, and economic development that drive growth of any nation. Our objective is to bring together the policymakers from India and United States and work together across these three important growth and developmental areas that benefits both these nations.
US Impact is an organization focused on improving the ties and relationship between the United States and India, as well as advancing the causes that are important to the Indian American community in this country. As part of those efforts, we've met with numerous candidates and individuals across the country at various state, local, and federal offices, and endorsed those who are interested in improving both of those relationships. We look forward to their participation in today's tremendous event, as well as your participation in our future events as we continue to grow and improve our efforts.
Candidates who are running in elections, make sure to take advantage of the organic platform we have, the organic outreach we have to the real voters, instead of wasting money on social media and
some technical glitch we are having. Sorry about that.
Your money is at gamble. Take advantage of US Impact program. We are a hard-working team watching you back.
Over the past few years, US Impact has involved in several grassroots level activities, right from block walking, poll greeting, to yard sign distribution, and volunteer mobile development.
On a quarterly basis, US Impact organizes future candidate trainings. We do hire campaign managers and professional campaign strategy makers to speak about how to build one's political career, how to start planning for the elections, what are the key things to address before coming into political limelight, how to raise money for elections and campaign, and so on.
Another huge area of our work is youth development or YUVA development. US Impact encourages the next generation to think right, provides it with adequate support in terms of opportunities and resources. The YUVA internship program is just getting started and is gaining a lot of attention. We hope to increase this to every chapter of US Impact in the next 1 year.
US Impact has been involved in organizing several candidate forums. These forums are open to leading candidates of both the political. In city races, there have been non-partisan candidate forums organized. These forums help not only Indian Americans, but also the entire broader community get to know and understand their candidates better. On occasions, we have also conducted interviews with individual candidates and then made those available to the public.
Our involvement starts with constant engagement with community leaders. We engage with several social organizations and have been doing several sessions to educate the Indian community of the political landscape in the US. The whole picture, from school boards to city councils, to county commissioners, to state representatives and state senators, and all the way to covering the federal elections as well. We educate the community on how to engage and where all to get involved.
Our support to the candidates starts from helping them with Indian American outreach to providing them with data analysis. Customized narratives focused on Indian Americans is a huge part of our constant engagement with the candidates.
One of our key areas where we have been helping out is volunteering, onboarding, and training. A separate module has been created by our team based on ground level grassroots experience. The onboarding and training module is shared across all major chapters so that there is a complete replication of success we have found in onboarding and encouraging trade volunteers.
As we get deep into the election season this year, US Impact team has reached out to hundreds of US Senate and US Congress candidates across the nation. All 50 states have been covered, and we already have 50 plus candidates running in federal elections directly working with US Impact as part of their campaign strategy and Indian American outreach initiative.
We Indian Americans are conservative by nature, and we value family, we value business, education, business growth, and the safety of our society. And these are the conservative values that we cherish, and we want our political leadership to support these values.
US Impact has been very much involved this election season in phone banking. We have phone banking teams across all major chapters across the country, from Texas to California, Florida, Minnesota, Michigan, Ohio, North Carolina, Washington, and Illinois. We are involved in national level campaigns as well as specific congressional district campaigns, depending on the level of involvement we may have with that campaign.
The US Impact team does provide many other community services, some which are fairly popular while others are behind closed doors, maintaining the request for confidentiality.
We invite you to be part of this movement. Join us as a volunteer or a member. You'll be surprised how you can contribute to the society by getting involved and remaining engaged.
Thank you very much. As you can see, there's a lot of team effort which has gone in just creating this particular video as well.
Takes a lot of work.
Yes, sir. Now I would like to bring in Kush Raleigh, who is our, she's one of our board members and our founders. Kush, you're live right now. And we do have a video of the director, the Consul General coming up right after. And so that's up next.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. So thank you everybody, first of all, for being here on time for the celebrations, which are so important for India as well as USA. For Indians over here, being in USA, USA matters a lot. And of course, we're tied to our roots as well, we being the conservative kinds, and hence we gel with the conservative kinds. So thank you so much again. And I would like now to introduce Swati Kulkarni. She is Consul General of Atlanta, the first woman to be ever appointed to the post. Dr. Kulkarni is a career diplomat who holds MBBS from Government Medical College, Nagpur in India. She joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1995. Prior to her appointment as Consul General of India in Atlanta, she served as an officer at Mumbai Passport Office. She has also served as Consul General in CGI, Cape Town, South Africa. And before Cape Town, she served as Deputy Head of Mission in Muscat, Oman. Dr. Kulkarni's previous overseas assignments were as First Secretary in High Commission of India, London, where she successfully worked as a nodal officer for preventing discrimination for Indian medical graduates after the implementation of new UK immigration rules. She has been First Secretary in the High Commission of India, Port Louis, Mauritius, and as Third Secretary in Embassy of India, Spain. So thank you so much, and let's just welcome Swati Kulkarni ji. She couldn't make it in person, but yes, we have her videos. So Badri, off to you. There's no voice.
Not able to hear you.
Amit, we can't. Oh, so Badri, we can't hear you.
And by people of Indian origin abroad. It is celebrated with much fanfare. It is celebrated by unfurling tricolor. It is celebrated by holding parades. It is celebrated by holding socio-cultural events. However, due to COVID-19 pandemic, this year we will have muted celebrations. Independence Day is one of the most significant days in our history. It is the day when we reaffirm commitment made by the vision of our founding fathers who dedicated India to justice, liberty, equality, and enlightened progress. It is a day when we recollect, we remember the sacrifices made by our brave freedom fighters. It is a day when we take pride in advances made by our country in all spheres, in political sphere, in social sphere, in economic sphere. However, challenges remain. Today, India is a strong, vibrant, and proud democracy. India pursues open society and open markets based on rule of law. India pursues a world of peaceful coexistence. Above all, India has intelligent, hardworking intellectual capital which is highly talented. And India also has a very hardworking, a very law-abiding, peaceful Indian diaspora. In USA, in America, our diaspora is proud to be American. They are proud of their Indian heritage, and it is a very natural and vital bond between the two countries. I take this opportunity to extend my warm felicitations once again to everybody on this very important and a special occasion. Happy Independence Day. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Back to you, Kush.
Okay, that
We
was a
do have the Georgia team waiting right now to come online. Radhika ji, if you're there. Do we have a? I'm sorry. Should we move on to the next one?
Yeah, I don't know if they're doing the song. Do you want to cover that? Or I know because there's a parallel program going on, right? So
Go ahead. Let's move on.
Okay, sounds good. So as we planned it from East Coast to West Coast, just the way it was planned because of early morning timings, I see Nancy Mace is online. So she is from South Carolina, District 42. Nancy Mace assumed office as South Carolina House of Representatives representing District 99 in 2018. State Rep Nancy Mace won Republican primary in South Carolina's 1st Congressional District, defeating Chris Cox, Kathy Landing, and Braid Mole, with 39% of precincts reporting Mace had received 59% of the vote. Macy successfully advocated for the inclusion of exceptions for rape and incest or in a fetal heartbeat abortion ban bill that passed in the State House. Businesswoman, politician, and author of the memoir In the Company of a Man, The Citadel. It was first published by Simpson Schuster in 2001 about her experience in becoming the first woman to graduate from the Corps of Cadets portion of the Citadel. So Nancy Mace, you really truly are a Wonder Woman. Thank you so much for giving us your time over here. We would love for you to address our Indian diaspora in USA. Thank you.
Of course, and thank you so much this morning, and happy American Indian Independence Day, everyone from East Coast to West Coast across the country. And I am the Republican nominee for South Carolina's 1st Congressional District. And we have a great contingent of business leaders from our American Indian community right here in South Carolina, not just here in Charleston, but also across the state. And the state of South Carolina, we had our first American Indian governor and Nikki Haley just a few years ago, and now former ambassador to the UN as well. And so we really appreciate all the business leadership that we've had from the American Indian community right here in South Carolina, believe it or not. And so I appreciate y'all for having me on today. I'm very excited about this race. This really is the election of our lifetime this coming November. And it's not necessarily about Nancy Mace, who's running for Congress, or my Democratic opponent, Joe Cunningham, who's the incumbent. But this is really about the future of our country. And it affects each and every one of us, especially in the business community, because on one side of the aisle, we have Democratic leftists who want to increase our taxes. They want to reverse the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which created so many jobs, particularly in the hospitality and food and bev industry here in South Carolina's 1st Congressional District. That was huge for us, for our employers. Previous to COVID-19, here in our district, we had an unemployment rate of 1.86% here. And with the policies of the left, of the Democrats, if they get in office in November across the country, we're going to see those tax cuts reversed. And that's really going to help. It's really going to hurt our business leaders. It's going to hurt the middle class who are trying to increase their wages in their jobs. And so we've really got to fight for fiscal conservative policies that can reopen our businesses, allow them to thrive, and also encourage people to get back to work. And we can't incentivize unemployment. What we're seeing here in 1st Congressional District is that some of the federal government stimulus policies and the stimulus package have only encouraged unemployment. And while that's at pause right now, people are going back to work because they're making less money on unemployment now than they were before, whereas previously, under the initial unemployment package, employees were making more money on unemployment and employers were having a hard time getting them to go back to work. So I'm going to be fighting for freedom. I'm going to be fighting for fiscal conservative policies that can get us out of this mess and improve our economy for our entire tourism industry, because the district where I am right now, it relies on those tourism dollars in the hospitality, food, and beverage industry. And I grew up here in this district. I'm from South Carolina, and appreciate all the opportunities I've had. And as was mentioned earlier, I'm already a state lawmaker. I've been in business for 21 years. I'm a mom. I'm actually a single mom. I have 2 kids that I work very, very hard for in my job. But also, I've done what many Democrats only talk about doing. And I think as Republicans, we need to do a better job this year, this election cycle, talking about how our fiscal policy is better for our economy, how we have all worked on criminal justice and prison reform. When we talk about some of the division that's happening across the country and why these protests and riots are happening, there are Republicans like myself across the country that have worked on these issues, and particularly for minorities and for women. And in fact, I had a prison reform bill signed into law by the governor of South Carolina just 3 or 4 months ago. And it's important for us to talk about all the things that we've done for our community, including our immigrant community, because our policies are compassionate. We want legal immigration. We want people to come here and benefit from all the freedom that our economy offers. Everyone can prosper if they come here, they work hard. Everyone can be successful, and everyone deserves that kind of opportunity. I'm very excited about this race. I just appreciate y'all for having me on. And if you know anyone in the 1st Congressional District or would be supportive of our election this year, my website is nancymace.org. And that's M-A-C-E. nancymace.org is our website, and I would love to earn your support this election cycle.
Thank you very much, Nancy. And we do expect to see you once again on the August 29th. There's another big panel coming up, so we will be looking forward to hearing you on that as well.
Super. Well, I appreciate it so much, and appreciate everything that y'all are doing for your community, and also getting the word out to folks about our races and our campaigns. That's truly remarkable, and I can't thank you enough.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Means a lot.
70 plus candidates who we are supporting.
Badriji, we are ready here.
Yes, we are on.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Independence Day to everyone. It's a great pleasure to introduce Congresswoman Karen Handel. She is with us today, and thank you for coming, Karen. And it's a long introduction for Karen. I know she is amazing, and I would call out few things. She is called scrappy, determined, and resilient. She credits these qualities along with her faith with helping her to navigate the ups and downs of life and achieve success in business, in public service. At 17, Karen fled her house, abusive house, and she finished her high school and graduated with her class. Karen worked her way up from clerk typist to becoming executive roles in several global companies, including KPMG and eye care unit of Novartis. Karen actually eventually landed the role as CEO of North Fulton Chamber of Commerce, and she led the organization back to solvency and out of debt, while helping to create tens of thousands of jobs in North Fulton.
Did we miss the audio completely?
Yeah, it's better now.
Yeah, now better.
No, there's some glitch on the audio front. There is some glitch on the audio front.
Text Radhika. Can
So, 2017, Karen won an 18-base election for Georgia's 6th congressional district, defeating John.
I think they are speaking, but it's very feeble.
Can you hear?
Or you need to come closer to the mic. Can somebody, maybe.
Can you take the camera forward to? This mic doesn't seem to be working.
Morning to everyone, and thank you for this incredible honor to be able to closer to be able to join you this morning. And happy India Independence Day to everyone this morning. Everyone here this morning, everyone watching online here in the United States and all around the country and the world. Thank you for that lovely, poignant song and for telling us all how incredibly endearing and heartfelt the lyrics really were. And to where our young ladies who sang the national anthems, thank you to both of them for doing that. Beautiful, and we appreciate you being here. I want to say thank you to U.S. Impact for your work and your advocacy on behalf of the Indian American community. And what you're doing is truly making a big difference, not only here, but in helping with fostering even stronger relationships between the United States of America and India. And I would be remiss if I did not give a special recognition to my dear friend, Consul General Dr. Kulkarni. Please know that her leadership here in the Southeast, it enhances the friendship between our two nations, and her friendship and your friendship enhances my every day, and I am grateful to you for that. I'm honored to be here. 74 years ago, great freedom fighters put their lives on the line to secure the independence for India. And today, on this day, we remember, we honor, we salute their courage, their bravery, and we recommit ourselves to the freedoms and liberties that they gave to your country and those that we enjoy here in the United States of America. And I think about the times that we are in, and to me, never has there been a more important moment in time when the United States and India, our friendship means more. Relationship. Today, we rededicate ourselves And that rededication to the principles and ideals of liberty and freedom, that's really what the 2020 elections are all about. And it's what U.S. Impact is working so hard to be sure that we preserve. We have a real choice in 2020. We have a choice between a president who believes in the American dream, who wants to ensure that the flames of freedom burn brightly, not just for all of us here today, but for generations to come. You heard a little of my story in the intro. I did leave home, an abusive home, when I was just 17. I talk about that because it illustrates the greatness of a country and how important freedom and liberty is, and how crucial it is to have opportunities for every single individual, whether you are an American-born citizen or an American immigrant who has come here to pursue an American dream from another country. That's what's at stake in November 2020. So I am so proud that U.S. Impact is on the ground here in Georgia and all across the United States, working to mobilize Indian Americans to make sure that everyone comes out to the polls. Because I will tell you, 3.2 million Indian Americans, you can be the difference makers in November. And I'm going to work hard to win this race. Many of you here have worked with me when I was in Congress. You know I am a partner and an advocate for your community. And your remarks were so beautiful because indeed the Indian Americans in our country, your culture enriches our communities. And even on above that, from classrooms to the laboratories, from innovation to entrepreneurship, small businesses, you really have helped to grow our economy. As you know, today, India is one of America's strongest trading partners. We need to ensure that that continues. Absolutely. We also have to have members in Congress who understand that the voice of India globally on the issues affecting this world, it is strong, it is growing, and we need to be partners with India to help to foster that even more. So I'm going to just close with this and just tell you again how grateful I am for the friendships that my husband Steve and I have been able to grow and cultivate within the Indian American community. You have really, I mean it from the bottom of my heart, you have enriched our lives, and I look forward to winning this election in November with your help. And then together we will make sure that the flames of freedom continue to burn as bright as ever for all of us here today and generations to come. Thank you very much.
Namaste. Good morning, everyone, for coming here and on this auspicious occasion of Indian Independence Day. So we're all here, and many of us, almost all of us, are professionals, and we have a degree, and we studied that for 4 years plus. So imagine a person having not just one degree, but 2 degrees, and then having almost 5 careers, like U.S. Marine Corps, a pilot, and U.S. Navy instructor, and a doctor. We all know how difficult it is to become a doctor, right? So how can one person in the lifetime do so much? When a person can do so much, don't we think, can we imagine a better person to represent us in the US Congress than that person? I don't. So let me welcome our incredible real life hero, Dr. Rich McCormick, a good friend and a very humble person. Dr. Rich, please, thank you very much for coming here today. We look forward to it.
Thank you so much to U.S. Impact and all the special people that made this possible today. I'm honored to be here. I'm humbled to be here. I don't think of myself as a hero at all. I feel like I've served with many heroes. Your story is probably more impressive than mine in many ways. To take that chance to go somewhere where you've never been, to understand that there is a dream that America represents, and the strong history that we have between our two nations, that deep binding resolution that we have, understanding that we were both British colonies at one time, the value of democracy that India has, that you would have over almost 75% of the population votes in the election. Americans don't even take that advantage. The fact that you come over here and participate in the most amazing ways as American citizens, in other words, you're truly representing the finest of what we have here in America. It's absolutely the truth. And I wish my children would turn out as well as your children. And I hope they do, because every single generation seems to do well. And that's because you understand hard work. When I was talking to an Indian businessman the other day, he said, in India, for every one good job, you have 1,000 people that want that job. You come to America, you know that if you work hard and you stay educated and you're a good person, you will succeed. That is the American dream, and that's what we try to protect. I spent over 20 years in the military. In 2002, I went to India with President Clinton as part of HMX-1 support, flying the presidential support around India and touring the nation. I was there during Holi, right before the cricket game between Pakistan and India. So between Holi, the president, cricket, and then of course the complications with Kashmir, I got to learn an awful lot about India at one time. And I will say that the amazing heritage that India has, and the fact that the Prime Minister is being such a great leader in reaching out to those people who are oppressed and welcoming them into his country, that he has the foresight and leadership to not always be politically correct, but always do the right thing, is a very good leadership quality. And I think that's one of the things that we're missing in American politics. So many times we try to be politically correct rather than do the right thing for all people in this great country. And it's been proven over years and years that people have much more value in what they earn than what they're given. And one of the problems that we have sometimes when we try to be generous, we forget to motivate people. And there's no people more motivated than our Indian friends that have come to America. You understand that in one generation, you have an opportunity and you take charge of that opportunity. We have so many doctors I work with right now in my community. 1 out of every 5 doctors in my hospital is Indian. They're fantastic people. They're highly intelligent, and all their kids are highly successful. I think it's very important to foster this, to foster the relationships that we have between our two countries, because India is truly the stabilizing factor in that region. Without India, we're in trouble. We have a lot of countries that do not wish us well, that are oppressive, that are doing bad things. But India is not that country. India is a strong ally. And knowing the heroes that I've served with, and I've served with many heroes that have done many brave things, I appreciate courageous allies and someone we can rely on to be absolutely in this game for the win. People that can produce something that we can trust, whether it be protective gear, medicines, and other trade partners, everything that we need to be successful as countries that work together for the future. There's no doubt in my mind that India is probably one of our most important allies moving forward. And it's very good that we have a prime minister and a president that can work so closely together for the success of both countries, and that we can have a robust immigration from India of some of the finest Americans that could ever exist. So I thank you on this special day, this day of celebration of independence, that we continue to work together, that we continue to support the American dream, that we understand the opportunities that we have are fleeting if we don't have the right policies, and that we must encourage the same behavior that has made all of you so successful and continue to make all Americans successful that will take advantage of that American dream. God bless you. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Thank you, Dr. H. It was very heartfelt. You have put us up there on that pedestal. All Indians must be feeling so proud of themselves. Indians in general don't feel that proud, though we come from a beautiful, long, historically art culture. We are one of the oldest living culture in the world. There are so many other civilizations that you don't even find their history, and people are digging and trying to understand what it is. But we are still living, surviving culture, and we have scriptures describing a way of life 10,000 years ago. And you can see that we follow that even today. You will see the glimpses of those 10,000 years even today. But still, there is that pride somewhere it is missing. But today, your words have really made us feel proud of what we are. Thank you so much for the wonderful speech. I thank you, Ms. Karen, for coming here. I'm a big supporter of you. Someday, I want my daughter to be like you. And all the girls inspire and look for it towards you. I'm also a vice president of IAWR, that is IARW, that is Indian American Republican Women. We have started this forum to make sure that women you will find every Indian woman with minimum graduation degree. There is nothing less than graduation degree, no high school drop.
I think voice.
Kush, you're on.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, the beautiful program going on there while parallelly online as well. So wonderful, wonderful speech. And yes, that is another announcement by US Impact. We do have a program IARW, Indian American Republican Women. And again, it has women from all over USA joining hands together and working beyond the usual norms and giving back to the society in whichever way possible. And yes, being the voice and acting on it. So thank you. And next, I would like to introduce Gregory Call. I see him online. So he was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and he earned his bachelor's degree from Riddle Aeronautical University and master's degree from Stephens Institute of Technology in 2018. He set his goals on obtaining a job working on Space Shuttle program. He started with United Space Alliance working on the main propulsion system of the Space Shuttle in Feb 2004, and it was a dream come true for him. In his spare time, he also took classes at University of Central Florida and was the president of the Graduate Student Association when the university had 42,000 undergraduates and 7,200 graduate students. He had the opportunity to host university orientations as a part of his role as president. This was his first experience in a major political leadership role. He has been married to his wife, Heather, over 12 years now, and together they have 3 children, Alexander, Dane, and Maya. Specific tasks he has worked on have ranged from small ground and on-orbit spacecraft refueling development, testing activities, to full end-to-end refueling demonstrations. He has traveled internationally for work and French Guiana to prepare test load hydride propulsion systems for launch. He has also worked at Kennedy Space Center for United Space Alliance as a console operator for the Space Shuttle main propulsion system. So we have Gregory, the leader, the problem solver, the manager, who has precise vision on what committees he shall influence on when he wins the office. So Gregory Call, please go ahead and address the
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for that introduction, and thanks for having me on today to share my positions and get the word out about my campaign. All the information that I'll be sharing today is on our website, www.gregorycall.com. That's GregoryColl.com. I'm Gregory Call, Republican candidate for Representative in Congress, Maryland Congressional District 8. I'm a businessman, rocket scientist, and family man. I'm married with 3 children, and I'm the right choice for the better team for American progress. My priorities include healthcare services, strong military, and pro-life agenda. My strengths include problem solving, leadership, and management. I just want to stress that Indian society is largely based on diversity, freedom of thought, family, and Gandhian values. I look at those values as nonviolent protest and sacrifice for higher ideals. And I can't forget the great food as I remember the taste of the samosa I had just last weekend at my friend Benit's house. Great progress is being made in India since gaining independence in 1947. Over the last 73 years, India has continued to grow and now has one of the largest economies in the world. The radical left wants to take away your basic freedoms guaranteed by the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. In recent public statements, Ratty Raskin blatantly mocked the religious objections to the handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. But you have a choice. You can vote for me, Gregory Call. I will fight to defend your rights and better represent your values. Unite Maryland, unite America. Help us protect your First Amendment rights and act now. Use your power. You can donate to the campaign and get the basic American rights platform to the voting citizens of Maryland. Your donation will help the campaign by supporting media efforts to reach voters in Maryland. The radical left wants to take away your basic freedoms guaranteed under the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment guarantees American citizens the right to keep and bear arms, yet the radical fringe is doing everything it can to deny the law-abiding citizens their rights to keep and bear arms. In this time, when cities are plagued by violence, mayhem, arson, and looting, they tell the police to stand down, rejecting federal aid to alleviate the violence and destruction. When shooting, murders, and injuries are rampant. Now, members of the left are suing to try to close the doors of the National Rifle Association forever. They would leave law-abiding citizens with no defense if, when unlawful violence confronts them in the form of violent criminals, they would take away our right to carry permits, our guns locked in our safes, and our freedom under the Second Amendment. Fight back now. Help us protect the Second Amendment rights. Use your power and act now. Donate to the campaign and get information to all the voters in Maryland. I believe in peaceful protest, but when mobs are tearing down fences, gates, invading private property, law-abiding citizens must have the right to protect themselves, their loved ones, and their property. I will champion your rights under the Second Amendment. The radical left supports killing viable fetuses, babies, up until birth. To some, legislation of abortion creates a choice for women, and it may be a necessary choice under some circumstances. However, there are also a variety of choices available that are not being broadcast by organizations whose primary focus is establishing quotas for abortions, not helping to prevent unwanted pregnancies, nor offering alternatives to abortions. The radical left wants to force you, a taxpayer, to fund abortions and fund organizations whose purpose is to conduct as many abortions as possible. Is that how you want your tax dollars spent? You can change this. Fight back and fight against late-term abortion. Use your power and act now. Donate to the campaign and educate voters about abortion choices. I will use campaign funds to educate Maryland voters regarding choice. And when I get to Congress, stop late-term abortion. Every dollar means a step towards educating our voters about an alternative to hard liberal left who will take away your rights, force you to pay for things that you do not support, and suppress your will to forge ahead in business, education, and personal safety. Each vote for me, Gregory Call, makes one less for Ratty Raskin, who does not support your values. Let's save this country while there's something left to save. Thank you for your support and donate now at www.gregorycall.com. And thank you, US Impact, for getting this message out.
Kush, you're on mute.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute. But Gregory, that was a wonderful speech. Very well said. Save the country, because that's all we all want. All the citizens, we want our country to go in the right direction, and we all want to be happy and safe being here, and save it just the way it is. It's beautiful and equal for all. So thank you so much for being here and giving your time to US Impact and your platform. And I really like the US flag with Gregory Call on that.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. So I think now I see online Alicia Andrews again. So I was wondering if, whether I should skip. So a little bit about Alicia, let's see how to describe her. She's a Marine, a mom who is ready to fight for the people. Her life changed forever in the fall of 2005 when a high school friend serving in army made the ultimate sacrifice for the country. His tragic loss planted the seed that would motivate her to become a Marine. In 2010, Alicia deployed with the 24th Marine Unit for maiden voyage to USS Mesa Verde. Her unit was rerouted to Haiti after devastating earthquakes to provide humanitarian assistance and disaster relief to people in Haiti. After leaving Haiti, Alicia's unit continued the deployment through Europe, Horn of Africa, and Middle East, meeting, engaging, and working with the people of Europe, Africa, and Middle East afforded her a unique appreciation and understanding of these countries' cultures and their values to the United States at large. She continues to serve her community, volunteering on the County Criminal Justice Board, PTOs, disadvantaged children's groups, Christian missionaries, youth sports leagues, and mentoring transitioning the veterans. So thank you so much for being here, Alicia, and giving US Impact honor of your presence. Please, we would love for you to address our US Impact community and Indian Americans at large in USA.
Well, first, thank you guys so much for having me. And what I want to tell you so much is Happy Independence Day. That is so exciting to know just how far India's come in such a short amount of time. And it's incredible. Our alliance with India is so important, and you can see it so vividly in my district. My name is Alicia Andrews, and I am running for Congress in the Virginia's 10th Congressional District. I will be the first female Marine to ever serve in U.S. Congress. And what's interesting about our district is we're faced with a lot of different things specifically important to Indian interest, Indian American interest. Things like, our immigration system. It's important that we talk about our immigration system specifically in our district because Indian Americans provide such a valuable asset to our technology systems and suites here. And by cutting off the ability to allow people to come here and offer their families such tremendous opportunity is such a devastating thing. And I am going to fight like you can't imagine because I love the Indian people. I think what we have here is so phenomenal. And I'm just excited to be a part of it. I'm excited to be a part of your Independence Day, and I'm grateful that you'll have me. I think some of the other things that are important to our community are family. The American dream is so much bigger. It's about family, and it's about wanting a safe place to raise your family. All over the world, we see craziness. It's not uniquely in India. It's not uniquely in the United States. It's all over the world. And what our community has specifically, where I live at, is a desire to want peace and safety. And that's what I'm bringing to our district, is to unite our community and to bring that to the families and to make sure that our schools are important, to get our children back into the classroom, because our children are our future. And it's so unbelievably insane to me that we are not putting our children back into the classroom. And the last thing that I will leave you with is that I want everyone to know that from the womb to the grave, you have value. And in our district, I love you. I'm so excited to have you. And I am motivated to be your congresswoman. And if you aren't lucky enough to live in the 10th district and you're from somewhere else, I can't wait to represent the Indian American values, because they're American values, on Capitol Hill. Because it's important that our values matter. It's not a Republican or Democrat thing. It's an American thing. And it's time that it's represented. And I'm so grateful that you let me be a part of your Independence Day celebration today. And thank you, US Impact, for for being so great in our race and for taking a step towards us and welcoming us with open arms. And I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to be able to fight for us. So thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alicia. Means a lot. I must say you have a heart of gold with like a metal vigor as well to fight it out, with a huge experience all around world, having met so many and having that wide perspective. And one thing, if I can say, is anybody would love you, but Indian Americans absolutely do. At least I can say for myself. And thank you. Thank you.
So,
and we really appreciate. Sorry, go ahead.
I said I love Indian Americans so much, and I love them because they're the hardest working people that I know, and that's the American dream. People that truly know that hard work can supersede anything else, and that's what's going to win my election. And I am so proud to have the Indian American support that I do, because Americans, no matter where they're from, are the most important people in this equation. And the Indian Americans bring the color into my world, and it just makes me so happy to have them a part of our race. And I'm so grateful that they welcome me with open arms.
Definitely, Alicia. Very well said. Hard work takes you places, and that is the key to any kind of success. So we shall keep that going, and all the best to you in your race. And we absolutely see you working very hard. So all the best, and thank you for coming to this platform and making it more valuable, because that's exactly what we want. We want to connect you with the people and Indian American population. So thank you so much for your time and efforts. This means a lot to us.
Absolutely. And if you want to learn anything else about me, andrewsforvirginia.com. We actually done several forums, and we just did our Indian American forum because I want people to know exactly how important the Indian American community is to me. They were our very first forum that we published, and it's incredibly important to me, the alliance that the American government has with India. And I think that alliance is just unbelievably incredible to watch it grow, and it just makes my heart so happy to see that we have such a strong, powerful alliance on that side of the globe. And I can't wait to watch it grow, but I hope.
Thank you so much, Alicia. So next we shall have, I see Ralph Norman is online from South Carolina, District 5. He's a member of U.S. House representing South Carolina 5th Congressional District. He assumed office on June 26, 2017. His current term ends in 2021. Well, Ralph is a lifelong resident of South Carolina. After graduating from college, he spends his private sector time with private sector career with property and construction company that his father founded, and helped grow that business into one of the foremost commercial real estate development firms in the region. As a public servant, Ralph spent a total of 11 years in South Carolina State House before being elected to U.S. House of Representatives in 2017. In both Columbia and Washington, he's earned a reputation as a strong pro-family conservative who values fiscal responsibility and individual liberty. Faith and family comes first. He and his wife, Elaine, have been married over 45 years, and together they have 4 married children with 17 grandchildren. So Ralph and Elaine are members of Rock Hill Church. Thank you so much, Ralph, for being here and giving your time to our platform, US Impact. I would really love for you to address our Indian population on our platform. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Riley. I just want to thank US for putting this program on, allowing me to be a part of it. And I tell you, hearing Miss Andrews was so inspiring. Being a Marine and what she's done for the country is what this is all about. You pretty well said it. I'm from South Carolina. I've been in the Congress now I took over for Mick Mulvaney's seat. And what an honor to be here on India's Independence Day. I think it's 73 years since you're experiencing independence from Great Britain. It's brought liberty to the largest democracy on earth. And I'm just thrilled to be a part of this program and to celebrate it with you. Here in the United States, in South Carolina, it's home to 5 million people, many with great Indian heritage. They have tremendous families and they have successful businesses. I grew up here, as you mentioned, making my living in the private sector. I'm a real estate developer. I'm a builder. I've got my children involved in my business. To be honest with you, at heart, I'm really not a politician, but as a businessman, I saw firsthand what it means to grow and prosper, and I also saw how our federal government was choking the very lifeblood of our economy. And I found, if you quote Ronald Reagan when he remarked the 9 most terrifying words is, I'm here from the federal government and I'm here to help you. I'm a conservative because I want the eternal promise that our founding fathers gave to each of us, which is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it's in that promise that I have is continued to attract the best and the brightest from all around the world. From your speakers that I've heard earlier and I listened to, we've got a great future with people stepping up. It's no coincidence that the largest Indian population in my state is in the city of Clemson, which has a great university, and it's got class research that's going on every day. Among these, many of you may know a great lady that I serve with, Ambassador Nikki Haley. She is one of the proudest moments of my career was being the first to support her in her campaign for the first female governor of our great state. Many said she couldn't do it, but she did it, and the rest is history. Her story represents the best America can be, which is a place where anyone can make it if they work hard, regardless of race, color, or creed. It's my duty to protect this inheritance and to make sure that our children and grandchildren benefit from the freedoms and privileges that Ambassador Haley and I were blessed with. One of our great challenges is to address our debt. We owe $26 trillion. If you do the math, it's 80,683 for every man, woman, and child, which is just unacceptable. I've introduced several bills to curb this, but there's so much more we can do. I will tell you, I'm proud to be a co-chair of the Congressional Solar Caucus. I work with my Democratic colleague, Representative Raji Krishnamurthy, and we've got to find bipartisan ways to make energy cheaper and make it cleaner. And I will tell you, solar energy is not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's American. A lot of Congress has got to change, and as I mentioned, I'm so happy that people are stepping up to the plate and are putting their name on the line. It's not easy, but it's a work that we've got to do. I think that in the words of Winston Churchill, who said when Great Britain was about to be bombed, he said, there'll be a time when doing your best isn't good enough. We must do what's required. Americans, with the help of so many of the Indian population, is helping do that. And on this Independence Day, I'll reflect on a nation's shared commitment to liberty, democracy, and a freedom of religion. And that's how we safeguard them. In the words of President Nehru, failure comes only when we forget our ideals and objectives and principles. In closing, I want to thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. And I will say that in the preamble of our Constitution, it's we the people, not we the government, not we the party, we the people. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this.
You need to unmute again.
Yes, sorry about that. Yeah, I got muted again. Thank you so much, Ralph. That was a wonderful message from you. Thanks for giving us your time again. I would like to next introduce somebody from our home ground. As quite a lot of you know that US Impact started in Texas. It's based out of North Texas. So now we have State Senator, District 30, Texas, Pat Fallon. We have known him since quite some time. He's a member of Texas State Senate, District 30, as I said. He was elected to a large seat on the Frisco City Council, avoiding a runoff and earning an impressive 57% of vote, despite having 3 opponents. 2 years later, he was chosen by his peers to serve as mayor pro tem. He then went on to run for the Texas House in 2012. In the primary contest, he earned a Republican nomination with over 71% of vote, the largest margin for an open seat in all of Texas. That November, he was elected to the state house with a resounding 83% of the vote. In fact, he earned more individual votes in the district than either Mitt Romney or Barack Obama. In January 2013, Pat was sworn in as state representative for newly formed House District 106, which includes the eastern third of Denton County. During his first legislative session in Austin, he earned a number of awards and designations, including A+ rating from Texans for fiscal responsibility, a perfect voting score from Concerned Women of America, and the title Courageous Conservative from both Texas Eagle Forum and the Texas Conservative Coalition. In addition, the Young Conservatives of Texas named Pat one of the top 5 legislators of 2013. Pat sits on Human Services and Technology Committees and is a member of Texas Veteran Caucus, amongst quite a few other committees that he has been part of: Education Committee, Administration Committee, Intergovernment Relations, Natural Resources and Economic, etc. So Pat, thank you so much for being here today and giving your time to US Impact and our platform. We would love for you to address our Indian American family over here and US Impact family and the diaspora in USA.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. U.S. Impact's wonderful, and one of the reasons why I'm now running for Congress is because we live in the greatest country history has ever known. And there's so many parallels between India and the United States, in so much as we were both formed on the British model, obviously imperfect, but it did have an emphasis on the rule of law and property rights, private property rights, and education and free markets. So I want to wish India a very happy 73rd birthday. And, we're the largest democracies in the world, India and the United States. We're also very young countries. And we share so many values and virtues as conservatives in India and in the United States, and particularly Indian Americans, that focus on education and hard work and family and faith and the respect of life. And one of the reasons why I'm such an advocate for legal migration is when we allow mass unlawful migration, the 5 million people in the world that are waiting in line and respecting the laws and the rules of the country that they want to become a part of have to wait longer. And that's not fair. And Indian Americans are coming here legally and are enriching the United States. Our motto has been for almost 250 years, E pluribus unum, which is Latin, from many, one. And that's the beauty and the majesty of this country, is America is an ideal. It is not an ethnicity. When I say to you, I just met this fellow from Germany, you can develop in your mind a mental image of what that person looks like. Or if I said I met a gal from Korea, same thing. But when I say I met an American, you have absolutely no idea what they look like. And that's because we have that ideal. And that's what we're working towards. And what Prime Minister Modi and what President Trump has done, and they have a lot of the similar fights as well. We have to fight radical, and let me emphasize that, radical Islam. Not Islam, but radical Islam. People that corrupt a very large religion. And we also have to fear and be wary of a rising China. China has designs that frighten me. And that's why you see what's happened in Hong Kong. Just one city in a country of 1.3 billion people, and they can't let them live free. They have to dominate. They have to control. And that's frightening, and do they have their eyes set on Taiwan? So it's democracies. And another thing to note, have you ever seen in modern times 2 major democracies at war with one another? It doesn't happen because people won't stand for it. That's why democracies are so important. But, our focus, and one of the reasons why I'm running for Congress, one of the many reasons, is to protect folks that do work hard, that have built this country, that are continuing to make it great and prosper. Your money is better in your pocket. You earned it. We have to have taxes to build roads and protect us and things like that. But overtaxation is not a virtue. And another thing is you see these movements now with defunding the police, which is absolutely insane. We don't defund the police. We defend the police. Those are our heroes because, quite frankly, if you're not safe, then you're not free. And that's what's so important. We all now are part of the greatest country history has ever. And the congressman from South Carolina that just preceded me said it just best. Of, by, and for Indian Americans have succeeded wildly because we do focus on one thing and one thing above all others as a conservatives: merit, meritocracy, and earn it. If you earn it, then we cheer and root for you as Americans. And that's why I believe Indian Americans have done so well here and are such a value add to our great country, the melting pot. E pluribus unum. So I want to just thank U.S. Impact so much for having me. I look forward to winning in November, to being a fierce advocate for the taxpayers. And if you ever need anything, please feel free to go on my website, fallonforcongress.com. God bless you, and God bless America, and God bless Texas.
Yes, Texas is a country that's. Thank you so much, Pat. Thank you, and you have always been helpful and always ready for the community. We have been to your office in Austin, and thanks, Krishna, and for the relation that we have since quite some time in Texas. Very well said. You know, the issues are because of the hard work, because of the merit. A lot of Indians are here, because, and there's a huge difference between legal versus illegal kind of immigration, which, of course, issues need to be fixed. But thank you so much for addressing a lot of topics in that shorter time. It means a lot to us and our platform.
Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much. So next we have Joseph Lee Haywood from North Carolina, District 6.
Well, good morning, Ms. Raleigh.
Good morning. How are you? So because of his father's career in the computer industry, they traveled quite a lot around the country and eventually got settled in North Carolina, originally born in Washington, New Jersey. His career experience includes working as small business owner whose business sells industrial supplies and commercials and the government clients. He's settled in Greensboro along with his family since 19 years now. He enjoys the challenges that come with tackling the tough projects. He has casted his first vote for Ronald Reagan. He only became active in politics 10 years ago with the emergence of Barack Obama and his vision for a little different America. Since then, he has immersed himself in Republican Party, and for the last 2.5 years, he has been serving as a chairman of 6th Congressional District. He believes that the Constitution is not a living document and we must protect it, and also believes in positive civil campaign. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for giving your presence to our platform, US Impact. Please go ahead and address our family and Indian Americans all across. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raleigh. Good morning, everyone. I can't tell you how much I thank y'all for the privilege of addressing those that are assembled here today. And it's going to be hard to follow Mr. Fallon, but I'll give it a shot. I want to congratulate everyone here on India's 74th celebration of Independence Day, its 73rd birthday, and I think it's an enormous occasion, and thank y'all for letting me speak to y'all here today. From what I know about the people of India, I've never been there, but from what they have the same ideals and as Americans, and for the most part are peace-loving, honest, and honorable people. And India has been a reliable ally of the United States and stood by its side over these years to protect the world against rogue nations. And I can't tell you how much I at least appreciate that, and those that love freedom appreciate that. It's important that there's nations like India and the United States to protect the world against these rogue nations that would do harm and put their people into slavery and deny them the freedom that we enjoy here in the United States and India. And for those that are here in America, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming to America and adding to the richness and the diversity that our great country has become. It's because of immigrants that add to our country that we are where we are at now. It's a great country, and it's because of legal immigration that it has become so. The only problem I would have with that is the illegal immigration problem we have. We need to make sure we know who is coming into our country. There's people that would come here to do us harm, and we need to know who these people are, where they are, and what they're doing. And other than that, I applaud everyone for coming here and adding to the richness of our society. I'm running to represent the 6th District, the great state of North Carolina, in Congress. The district was recently reconfigured and has been made more favorable to the liberals and the Democrats. My friend Mark Walker, who currently occupies the seat, decided not to run for re-election, and I felt the calling inside me to run in his place, and he encouraged me to do so, and he's been a good friend of mine, and he's been helping me to run in this race. For those that are blessed enough to be born in the United States, it's common to take the freedoms we have here for granted. And in my 59 years, I've witnessed time and time again countries around the world that have allowed the slow creep of socialism to overtake their country. And the reason I'm running is because I am committed to not let that happen to this great country of ours. The reason we are so great is because we have not allowed the government to overtake our everyday lives. Our country is built on the foundation of freedom and to let everybody live life to their full expectations. And I will not let these socialists that are creeping into our country continue to overtake the Constitution and run our country into the ground like I have witnessed in Venezuela and other countries. So they want to come in and they give us a false promise of utopia and prosperity for all. The result is always the opposite. The shared misery of a population kept in poverty caused by an inept and greedy upper class. And I'm determined not to let that happen here. A little bit of background about me. I started hanging around with the wrong group of friends in school. I quit school in the 10th grade, and I've been working since I was 15, 16 years old. I went and got my GED, and I've been working ever since. And through sheer grit, God, and meeting the right woman, I've been able to overcome a lot of obstacles in my life. And for the past 37 years, I've run a small business selling industrial supplies to commercial, government, and institutional accounts. We've survived me and my wife survived numerous downturns and recessions, but we've always been able to build back, and through the years we've been able to survive, and we're doing okay. We've always managed to survive. So that's the American dream, and I want that for everybody. It's not everywhere in the world that you can overcome these obstacles like you can here in America, and I'm determined to save that. Mine is an example of a typical American story. Only here can one be given a second and even a third chance and rise to the occasion and become a success. And we're by no means wealthy, and by monetary standards that is, but we are rich in what God has given us in our everyday lives. We are truly blessed to live in America, and I only wish others could see it as I do. I don't want to go to Congress necessarily to enact new laws. I'm more of a libertarian. There again, my first vote was for Ronald Reagan back in 1980, and I will die as a Republican. But I'm more libertarian than anything else. I'm more of a you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone kind of guy. I don't want to go to Congress necessarily to enact new laws, but I like to go up there to keep bad laws from being enacted. And I want to keep government out of people's lives as much as possible. I truly believe that the Republican Party and its platform are the last best chance for our country and the world. If the Republican Party does not survive this next election and the Democrats take control of our country, there is no telling what they will enact. First of all, the Electoral College will be the first to go. The Supreme Court will be at risk, And it won't be long before we will be going down the road as Venezuela has gone. We are the last best hope for the country and the world. And I only hope that we survive this next election, because if America fails, there is nowhere else to go. And I just want to wish each and every one of you a happy Indian Independence Day. Thank you, U.S. Impact, for allowing me to speak to y'all. And if there's anything that you can do to help me in my race, it's a tough road that I'm going down. It's a very liberal district now. And my website is leehaywood.com, www.leehaywood.com. And I would surely appreciate any help you can send my way. But I'm in it to win, and I'm going to go to Congress, and I will be the biggest stick in the eye to Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer you will ever see. And I'm going to keep America the way America should be, free. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph, for presenting your views, and we wish you all the best. And we absolutely want to continue working with all the candidates all across USA. That is part of our advocacy. So thank you so much for giving us your time on this important day of India, the Independence Day. Next, I would like to call upon somebody from Nevada, District 3, Dan Rodimer. He grew up in Rockaway, New Jersey. He earned a law degree from Murray School of Law in 2013. His professional experience includes working as a businessman, wrestler, and football player. Rodimer was named the Clark County School District Safety Advisor Committee in 2018. He was named one of the GOP's Young Guns contender in 2020. He and his wife, Sarah Rodimer, have 5 children. Dan knows that there's nothing more important to securing our country's future than putting the interests of American citizens first, no matter it's your constitutional rights or ability to own and operate a small business. He dedicates much of his time volunteering for charities. Child Haven, an organization Big Dan personally helped found during his time at Murray School in South Florida, helps underprivileged kids celebrate Christmas. How beautiful is that? Rodimer has successfully started several businesses that have employed many hard-working families throughout Nevada, while working hard to meet payroll, balance books, and create jobs. A native of Rockaway, New Jersey, and a natural athlete, after graduating high school, Big Dan went to University of South Florida, where he continued playing football. Dan Rodimer first found fame, however, when he joined the cast of World Wrestling Entertainment Tough Enough series and was given a contract to join Main Rooster based on his performance. He still maintains close relationships with the fellows. So Big Dan is a leader who isn't afraid to fight every day for our families, for businesses, and for our communities. Thank you so much, Dan, for being here and giving your time and support to our platform, US Impact. We would love for you to address our Indian American diaspora all across.
Thank you so much for having me, and happy Indian Independence Day.
Thank you.
In Nevada, we have a large Indian and South Asian population. Both India and America share many of the same values, from fighting off British rule to the entrepreneurial spirit of our nations. And it is no surprise that we have forged strong relationships because we understand how important it is for our countries to work together. In Las Vegas, we have many Indian American small businesses with members of the community taking leadership positions, serving on local government boards and even running in political office out here. That is why I am thankful for US Impact for inviting me to this celebration today. I will tell you a little bit, you pretty much covered everything about me, but I am also a father of 5, and actually we have one on the way in 4 weeks from now. Perfect timing, right before the election.
Sure.
And I'm also a small business owner here. And I talk to a lot of folks out here in all the communities. And you know, right now, obviously with COVID, our economy, where it's at, we need to get folks back to work. And that's one of my #1 priorities. I want to get folks back to work. I want to bring jobs back from overseas, manufacturing, and rebuild this economy. Education has been one of the most important things to me. Having 5 children, I'm worried about their future. I'm worried about the future of all the kids here in Nevada and the U.S. I am a very, very big school choice advocate. I'm actually probably the poster boy for it. When I was in high school, I went to a public high school, and I was always a great athlete, but I wasn't the best in school. And I was failing out my freshman year in high school. My parents, middle-class family, my father being a police officer, my mother being concierge at the Hilton. They took all their retirement, all their 401k, and they sent me to an all-boys prep school out in New Jersey. Because of that great prep school, it got me to a great university. Because of that great university, it got me into a great law school, Ave Maria. And I would not be sitting here speaking to you and running for United States Congress if it wasn't for my parents. So that's something that I push very, very hard across our district, across our state. I believe that every child, I don't care if you're black, white, red, green, male, female, rich or poor, every child deserves a right to a good education. Regards to businesses out here, we own a restaurant. We own a Mexican vegan restaurant. I'm not really vegan, but I have lost about 50 pounds eating vegan over the last 6 months running for Congress. But, we need to continue to cut regulations. I signed the taxpayers pledge to never raise a tax. And, these are things that we need to do. We need to get folks back back to work. That's why I'm a huge fan of our private technical schools, and I push very, very hard for them. In regards to immigration, legal immigration, I want to make sure that many Indians have, they've come to America looking for a better life, through work visas, and they should continue to have that opportunity. Obviously, we want secure borders. We don't want people coming over illegally, and it's a major issue out here, and it's one thing that I'm going to continue to protect. But I always like to finish. Being a former WWE pro wrestler, and everybody usually expects it at this point, I will fight for our children. I'll fight for our small businesses, and I will fight for our veterans. And if need be, I'll take a folding chair right to the establishment. God bless India. God bless Nevada, and God bless America.
Thank you so much, Dan. That was powerful.
Happy Independence Day.
Thank you so much. Means a lot. Means a lot to us and our community. That was really impactful for US Impact platform. I must say that. You are a great fighter. Thank you. So next we have a candidate for Senate from New Jersey. Dr. Rick Mehta is biotech entrepreneur, innovator, healthcare policy expert, and a licensed pharmacist and attorney. He studied at world-renowned Rutgers University as a pharmacist and lawyer. Dr. Mehta has emerged as a top potential candidate for the Senate. Rick's professional career expands both in the public and the private sectors. Currently, Rick is co-founder and sits on the board of 2 privately held companies. The first one is regulatory technology firm built to reduce paperwork burdens on doctors by state governments. And the latter is biotherapeutics company developing novel oral treatments targeting rare diseases. In the public sector, Rick worked at the United States Food and Drug Administration as a consumer safety officer to advance policies to expedite and increase access to quality, affordable drugs and healthcare. So thank you so much, Rick, for being here and giving us your precious time on this precious event, Independence Day of India. Congratulations to all of us and you as well. So thank you so much. I would love for you to address our audience today. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Kush, thank you so much for having me. What an honor to be here. Now, I got to tell you, when Dan held up that chair, even I ducked before I realized we're on a Zoom meeting. So I love the energy, especially to hear so many great folks originally came from New Jersey. As you mentioned, I'm Dr. Rick Maida. I'm a nominee for United States Senate in New Jersey. And it's really, truly an honor to be here to celebrate India's independence. As some of you may know, I'm proud to be the first person of color to win the Republican nomination. It just shows the diversity commitment that the Republican Party has towards pushing conservative family values and bringing that back to Washington. But more importantly, I want to tell you a little bit about my story. I'm the first American of Indian origin to win either party's nomination for statewide race in New Jersey, and it's truly an honor. But I tell you, I wouldn't be able to do that without all of the contributions that Indians have brought to America. And I'm going to tell you the story about my father. Now, my story started 50 years ago when my father immigrated here through the legal process. He only had $100 in his pocket. We didn't have much coming from India, but he took a couple loans from his uncles and he was able to come here. He flew into JFK, saw the Statue of Liberty, bright-eyed, fresh-faced, took a bus to Scranton, Pennsylvania, realized he was in 2 feet of snow and had no idea what to do, opened up a phone book, called and looked for an Indian-sounding name, called them, they took him in, gave him a hot meal and a roof over his shoulder. And that's how we got our start in this country. Now, my mother, she also worked 2 jobs, and she managed the household. And so our story is like a lot of people here in New Jersey and across America. It's simply humble beginnings, hard work, and a belief that the American dream is available to anyone willing to chase it. And frankly, you know, I'll tell you, that story, my story, and many of us that have come here is just not possible in any other country. And we're so blessed and fortunate and have such deep respect for what America has given to my family that I'm able to stand here before you as a United States nominee and soon to go into Washington. And I'll tell you, it's impossible to tell this story of New Jersey without the incomparable contributions of the Indian American community. After all, when Indians come to the United States, New Jersey is only behind California in terms of the states that welcome the greatest number of these entrepreneurs and dreamers to this country. And I do still think about those daily flights from India landing right here in Newark Airport, with the Statue of Liberty in the background, showcasing the full hope and promise of America from outside of those plane windows. The Indians who've come here bring a culture of family, tradition, and the belief in God and community that enrich our multicultural society. I mean, you can smell the spices on Oak Tree Road with delicious Indian dishes that America has come to love, and you'd be hard-pressed to find at least one Indian living in America that doesn't have at least one relative living near Edison, New Jersey. Indians also bring an impressive work ethic. I've seen it with my own eyes with my father. He spent 30 years doing cancer research, all for the betterment to advance treatments and medical innovation. My mother and father, they met in Philadelphia at Temple University. They fell in love and they got married, one of the first Indian couples to get married in America. And similarly, I met my wife 20 years ago. We just celebrated our 10-year anniversary, which means she made me chase her for 10 years. And we met at Rutgers University. The nearly 500,000 of Indian Americans here in New Jersey, they help fuel our economy, starting small businesses, advancing research and scientific breakthroughs in our state's critical biopharmaceutical industry. And when we talk about hard work, I'll tell you my quick story. I graduated from Rutgers University School of Pharmacy. I worked at the university hospital, and I worked nights so I could put myself through law school. And when I finished, I went to the Food and Drug Administration, and I spent years there working to fight and reduce the price of drugs, crack down on illegal, unapproved drugs, and remove dangerous opioids from our streets. But more needs to be done in Congress to fight the scourge of opioids and mental health issues and a broken healthcare system advanced by Obamacare facing our nation. We live in a great democracy in a great country just like India, and we need a healthcare system that works for the people, and that's what I'm going to do when I get to Washington. Now I'll tell you what impresses me, that Indian Americans happen to be the second largest ethnic segment of eligible voters in America. In fact, 500,000 live in New Jersey alone. I wouldn't be standing here today before you as a U.S. Senate nominee, but for the contributions of those 500,000 Indians that have immigrated to New Jersey through the legal process, making America great. Now, I've seen Indian Americans to be highly educated, law-abiding, peace-loving, and hardworking. Indian Americans have the highest household income among most of the Asian groups and have become active in the political landscape, and I'm proud of the contributions they have to the political process. In fact, right now, COVID-19 has changed the landscape of campaigning and politics. And what it's done is it's opened our eyes to the dire need to have such close relations with our strongest democracies like Israel and India, to bring our medical manufacturing back to America, lower our price of drugs, fix healthcare, and use the legal immigration system to drive opportunity for all. As the next U.S. Senator from New Jersey, I'm going to make that my priority. And I'll tell you, I'm so proud to be here to celebrate India's independence when so many of us around the globe are fighting to continue to preserve our democracies and our freedoms. God bless them. So today I want to say thank you so much for having me. I'm proud to be the first Indian American U.S. Senate nominee in New Jersey, proud of the contributions that Indians have made, and proud to celebrate democracy. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you, Kush.
Kush, you're on mute again.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute. Thank you for that. But thank you so much, Rick. Those were wonderful topics and a very interesting story you have. Thanks for sharing with all of us, and all the best. Absolutely. You have huge following and huge community supporting you. Next, we would like to call upon Mr. Ritesh Tandon, somebody from California, District 17. Ritesh Tandon is a U.S. congressional candidate from, of course, District 17. The grandson of a freedom fighter. Ritesh has instilled appreciation for freedom and independence, and with the values of hard work, service, and above all, responsibility for ourselves, our community, and our future. After 2 decades in the Silicon Valley, Indian American engineer and businessman Ritesh Tandon is running for Congress in South Bay. Ritesh served as an executive committee member of Sankara Eye Foundation, which has established 9 hospitals to eradicate curable blindness. He raised millions of dollars for the hospitals and helped select the site for one of them. He also served as a volunteer and then president for 5 years of UPMA, an organization which supports education and childcare for poor kids. He is challenging an incumbent, Ro Khanna, who is serving as a national co-chair of Bernie Sanders' campaign. So we have Ritesh Tandon, who was born in UP but brought up in Gujarat, represents the diverse feature that India has, the diversity that India has, and the unity that it represents. So thank you so much, Ritesh, for your time for the community and service to the nation. We would love for you to now address the audience. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Khushbu, for the great introduction. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, based on your location. And thank you, US Impact, as well as all the board members, Badriji, for giving us the opportunity to present in this platform. And you guys are doing fantastic work. Myself, Ritesh Tandon, I'm running for Congress from District 17. This includes Fremont, Newark, San Jose, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, Milpitas, Alviso, and Cupertino. First of all, I'd like to wish you all happy Indian Independence Day. In Hindi, in my own language, आप सभी को स्वतंत्र दिवस की शुभकामनाएं. Independence Day is a day not only to engage in the celebration, but also to remember each one of us who sacrificed to make this day possible. This is a day where all the sacrifice of the freedom fighter we remember, and because of them, we have seen that day. And I can tell you, my grandfather, who was a freedom fighter, I have never seen him, or I don't remember him because I was very young when he passed away. But all his stories, they taught me the value of freedom and liberty. In this Bay Area, I came here 22 years ago for my education. But the first thing what I started working for the non-profit organization, helping the community, helping the people, helping children, especially those many children right here in the Bay Area. Even though we are superpower, some of the children, they were not allowed to celebrate their birthdays because they belong to certain caste and religion. And this was America. After looking all those things, I convert very hard and I started focusing how we can work while doing my education and while working. First of all, I can tell you, I'm so grateful for the opportunities this country has given me, that beside my education and the technical work, I was able to focus on the communities and help them. Today, 150,000 surgeries we do for the underserved community and the people. 600,000 children every year we fund for the education. But at the same time, while looking into all these things, I see my opponent, he has gone completely left. Today, this beautiful Silicon Valley, where the people, they are enjoying the life and American dream, the things have started going very left, like a deep socialist state. And this is the time, this is our country, we have to wake up. We have to fight. And I can say that this is another fight, like our freedom fighters, those who have done for the independence of India. This is similar fight. We have to bring back our Republican Party right here in the California and across the United States. During this, there is only one difference. When my grandfather fought, many of his colleagues lost their life. But today, we need your time, we need your money, we need your support, and we need all your help to remove the people who are creating the socialist agenda and how they are capturing the mind of the people and they are making you dependent on you for your life. Today, America is a superpower. I can tell you the way that America is going and helping every country in the world. We have done amazing job. No country have done this thing. And we need to continue to do this journey. While going in this journey, we need to ensure that the illegal immigration, which is undocumented workers, the socialist agenda, all the homelessness issues what we have, the companies who are leaving the Silicon Valley today, the Prop 19, which is a race-based discrimination and dividing the society just for the votes. Everything needs to be stopped. And that's the whole reason why I started this journey. And I said, at least somewhere we should start, put the seed in and bring California back to the Republican state. However, I cannot do this alone. I can tell you that if all of you talk with 10 of your friends, show them the value of the Republican Party, show them the value, what changes it will bring to the life of the people, show them how the people who are Americans right here, those who are suffering, we can improve their life. We can make this world a very beautiful place to live. And I can promise you that I, Ritesh Tandon, congressional candidate from District 17, I'll continue to fight for the American people, for American innovation, which is stolen by the many people across the world, and ensure that we stay competitive, we stay number one, we continue to help everyone, and we continue to grow together. Thank you so much once again, US Impact, for giving me the opportunity to speak. And once again, my website is www.tandonforcongress.com. Once again, wish every Indian here happy Independence Day. Bharat Mata ki Jai, Jai Hind. And let's fight another Independence Day fight. And November 3rd, all of us will celebrate this Independence Day, where we'll get rid of radical Democrats. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ritesh. That was quite a passionate speech. Thanks for addressing our platform and all the best to you. Thank you so much. So next up we have our candidate from Virginia, Manga Anantmula, Hindu activist who has the first Indian American to call the bluff of USCIRF's false narrative of India violating human rights. She's the only Indian American who is representing Indian Americans for discrimination against Asian students in college admissions in Ivy League schools. She got the attention of White House, and special advisor was appointed to investigate the issue of discrimination. This effort directly resulted in 25% more admissions of Indians and Asians admitting into the schools. She boasts about the endorsement from President Trump for sure. So thank you so much, Ms. Mangaji, for being here and providing us your valuable time. We would love for you to address all the Indians in USA and India as it's being watched by many all across the world. Thank you.
Namaskar. Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Shri Ram.
Happy Independence Day to our Mahabharat and Bharatiyas around the world. It's my honor to share this platform on a historic year. Ayodhya Ram is returning to his home and also marks a historic milestone. Two great democracies of the world set a stage for Indo-American friendship and respect the world has never seen before. Thanks to the two great leaders of the world, President Trump and Prime Minister Modi ji. Under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, Bharat made great strides in economy, religious freedom, and liberty. The greatest, most cherished, and long-awaited dream of Hindus was accomplished on 5th August. Religious freedom is established in Bharat for the first time in the history after India became independent. Bharat is establishing itself as the spiritual leader of the world, and Modi ji has become the iconic leader and respected all around the world. We left Bharat as it was still under the clutches of socialism. And today, we see the same traces of socialism and communism making way into our home, our new home called United States. Here we step in to say, our experience is much richer to set an example to Americans that socialism just simply does not work in any part of the world, not only in India. Let's share our rich experience to stop socialism in this country. Now, things are changing in Bharat and changing fast for good. Bharat Mata is unshackled and is able to breathe freely again. Thanks to Prime Minister Modi ji for that. Our bond with the motherland is so strong that we always think about Bharat Mata's welfare. Switching to Bharatiyas in the US, beginning with Bikaji Balsara, who became the first US citizen in 1910, we are about 2.8 million Indian Americans today and 5 million in total. Income and education are the highest among all immigrants in the United States. We hold highest positions in the corporate world in the United States. That's less to say. Richest and most successful community in the US. However, do we have a voice in the corridors of power? Are we united as Indian Americans? Are we standing together to represent ourselves, give ourselves a strong voice and not the wrong narrative of who we are and what our heritage is and what we stand for and our values that we cherish? We engaging in US politics or let others decide our fate. Let us not let this happen to us all over again, giving our freedom into the hands of people who ill-fatedly deceived us back at home. Now let us not let this country face the same again. I, Manga Anantatpula, the real Indian American, a proud mother of a United States Navy lieutenant commander, a true American patriot, I am on a mission to fight against socialism, communism, terrorist groups like Antifa and Hamas, and to truly represent the Indian Americans. When I am your congresswoman, I will play a pivotal role in the real Indo-American relationship and peace in the region. God bless United States and Indo-US relationship, friendship, and God bless Bharat. God bless America. And thank you, US Impact, for giving me this opportunity to speak about my great nation called Bharat, which is my mother, and my new home, and forever this home, the United States. Thank you. God bless America.
Thank you so much, Mangaji. That was quite an inspiring speech, and truly, India and USA has so many similarities in terms of globalness and inclusivity, so many languages, and US represents another level of that particular diversity because we have people from all over the world, and hence we enjoy this land as well. Thank you so much for giving your time to US Impact. Next, I would like to call upon a very proud geopolitical analyst, Mr. Sridhar Chitiala. He also serves on the Advisory Council of US Impact. He's a globally recognized leader in financial services industry, having held senior executive leadership roles at JP Morgan Chase, Citi, Wachovia, Wells Fargo, Tektron, etc. He's an investor, board member, and advisor to fintech firms that focus on product strategic investments in emerging technologies and financial services businesses. He's an ardent believer and follower of Hindu Dharma and speaks passionately about geopolitical situations all across the world with deep interest in micro as well as macro economy. He's also the proud advisor of US Impact for sure, which now has 26 chapters. But he's also, proud member of IVFT Advisory Board, which recently got announced yesterday, Indian Voices for Trump. Thank you so much, Sridhar Sarji, for being here and giving us your precious time and guidance. I would love for you to take it over from here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Kushji. Thanks for those wonderful words and much, much appreciated. Firstly, happy 74th Independence Day to India. We congratulate all Indians and the Indian leadership on the most auspicious occasion and people of Indian origin. My objective is threefold. I think most of the speakers have alluded to this particular fact. This is a very momentous and transformative election. We are in the midst of both domestic and global challenges. For the past 4 years, President Trump has been at the forefront of driving these changes, and any change brings about tumultuous kind of responses. But he has met them with the Republican Party most, I would say, commendably. So the objective is to make sure that we all collectively work together to bring the Republicans and Trump and Pence team back to power. I think that's my first kind of message. We all need to go back and cast our franchise to make sure that and treat our every vote as a precious vote for the continuity of the Trump-Pence leadership. The second is Trump and Modi have enjoyed most, I would say, transformative and reformative partnership that India and United States has witnessed. Today in trade terms, India-US trade has crossed $150 billion. It has displaced China as the most effective and leading trading partner. Just not on the trade side, but also on the security side, India and United States are leading what we call the Quad Initiative to contain some of the aggression that we see in the South China Sea and Pacific. Third, on the domestic front, we have seen lots of incidents which we don't need to talk about, and some of the Senate candidates and House representative candidates and members alluded to some of the things that are going on here. We need to make sure that the law and order is restored and we are back to where we were 4 years ago, rather than what we have seen in the past 6 to 9 months, basically to move towards the most left, avoid going most left. So these three things are very important for the reform and the transformative agenda that Trump and Pence to continue, so that we have a more sustained and collaborative framework to continue as we move into the next 4 years. Now, I would like to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Mohandas Pai. Mr. Mohandas Pai is our chief guest. He is well known to the United States. He's a technologist, an educationist. He is also a leading business luminary, and he himself is leading many transformative changes in India. So I'd like to invite Mr. Mohandas Pai to share his perspectives on India and India-US relationship. Over to you, Mohan.
Thank you, Sridhar. Folks, good to be here. I'm talking from Bangalore, India. I want to wish everybody a very good Independence Day on India's 74th Independence Day. India is a 5,000-year-old civilization, but we got for freedom from colonial domination only in 1947. We fought our first war for independence in 1857 against the East India Company, which had become a colonial power. We must remember that at one point of time, when the Americans fought for freedom, George Washington defeated Lord Cornwallis in Yorktown, and Cornwallis came to India to build the East India Company and conquer more territories. He took out his anger against losing America against the poor Indians. But over 100 years, we fought for freedom after 1857, and we had the largest non-violent freedom movement in the world. The world at that point of time was run by imperial powers from Europe. The world was not free. 60% of the world's population was under colonial domination, which exploited the resources of the world. Utsa Patnaik, a professor of economics in Columbia University, has written an article where she says that the British looted $45 trillion of wealth during the 200-year rule in India in today's money. India was the richest country in the world when the British came to India to trade. Over a period of time, to colonial exploitation, they made India very, very poor. In 1947, when we got our freedom, we had become a poor country. Our share of trade globally was 10% in 1900, had come down to 4% by 1947. India fought for the Allies in the First World War and the Second World War. In the First World War, 1.5 million Indians fought on the side of the Allies. In the Second World War, 2 million Indians fought for the Allies. In the Second World War, Joseph Stilwell, a general from America, built a road called the Stilwell Road from Lido to Kunming. And Americans had 150 air bases in India and one in Bangalore. The photographs are still here. They flew sorties over the hump to Kunming to supply arms and equipment to the Chinese nationalistic powers. So there is a connection between India and America going back a long way. And you must remember, President Roosevelt forced Prime Minister Churchill to promise that in Yalta in 1943 that India will get a freedom after the war. But we had to fight for our freedom, and we fought very well. And in 1947, Clement Attlee, the Labour Prime Minister of Great Britain, finally gave India her freedom. When India got her freedom, on the 14th night, our first Prime Minister made a great speech. I quote him. He said, "Long ago we made a tryst with destiny, and the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge. At this hour of midnight when the world sleeps, India shall awaken to life and liberty. The soul of a nation, long suppressed, finds utterance. But India was born in great suffering. The British, with the policy of divide and rule, partitioned India. 10 million people had to shift from across the border from Pakistan in the west and East Pakistan in the east to India. There was violence and 1 million people died in the violence. But India kept to her promise to give freedom to everybody. India had a constituent assembly. Our constituent assembly under Dr. Ambedkar studied the great constitution of the world, including the American Constitution, the Irish Constitution. The American Constitution begins with the world. We believe all men are born free, became an example for us, and we took the best the American Constitution had to create our Constitution. In our Constitution, we promise all Indians justice, liberty, fraternity, and equality, and assure the dignity of the individual. It is the Constitution which gave the right to vote to every adult in this country. Men and women were barely literate, men and women who were illiterate. We had our first elections in 1952. And the Constitution was a compassionate document. It created an idea of India based on the rule of law, where the poorest of the poor will get justice, where the state will be compassionate, and we created a welfare state. And in that Constitution, we also made provision for socially disadvantaged groups. We must remember that India is an old civilization. Every old civilization has socially disadvantaged groups. So we created something called reservations, which you Americans call affirmative action, whereby 22.5% of jobs in government, 22.5% of seats in public educational institutions were reserved for a particular community. And that community has done well over time till today. Later, this reservation became 50%. So 50% of communities today are entitled to reservation in government jobs, in our universities funded by public money from the budget. And we also allocate a large amount of money every year to help people from socially disadvantaged groups. And our constitution makers, the founding fathers, also said that India had a partition and therefore we must do something for religious minorities. So in Article 29 and 30, they created special rights for religious minorities and also for linguistic minorities in India. Today, 200 million Muslims are called minorities in a country of 1.37 billion people. And they enjoy special rights which is not given to the majority community. And in the government of India and all states in India, a huge sum of money is allocated for their welfare. So our constitution was a compassionate constitution. It was created to take care of everybody. And we have come a long way. But sadly, our first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, was taken in by the socialistic policies of the Fabian School in Cambridge and the Fabian economics in UK. So he made India a socialistic republic. Even though India was a free market economy throughout a long history, we became a socialist economy where there was a big public sector. And therefore, from 1950 till 1980, we grew at only 3.5%. Population grew at 2.5%. We became poorer than the rest of Asia. We must remember that in 1947, in Asia, China had faced the brunt of the civil war. Japan was destroyed, Southeast Asia was destroyed, and India was the only economy standing. We were the richest country in Asia at that point of time. But because of economic policies, we became one of the poorest again by 1980. 1980 to 90, we opened up. 91, we had liberalization. From 91 till 2020 March, our economy has grown from $275 billion to $3 trillion, growing at 8.5% a year. We have not seen many examples of large economies growing at 8.7% a year for 29, 30 years constantly. And today, I'm very happy to say, we have an ambition of becoming a $10 trillion economy by 2031, a $5 trillion economy by 2026, and we are well on the way. And Prime Minister Modi has designed great programs to take care of the poorest of the poor in the country. He has designed programs to make sure that money is sent to their account directly through 475 central government schemes, that everybody will have a house, a water in the tap, power in the switch, a road to the house, and you'll have education for the children and job opportunities for all. So we are creating a very compassionate society in India. And we have a large number of people who are gone to the United States to work there and live there too. I believe we have 4 million Indians there. Indians are the top earning group, the most highly educated group in America, and are ideal citizens in the country. They pay their taxes, they work for America, and are great American citizens. And we have today a great technology industry in India who work with Silicon Valley to bring innovation to America and to benefit India. Out of the 8 million people who work in software in India and America for American companies, 3 million people are Indians. 25% of Silicon Valley consists of Indian entrepreneurs, 35% in cybersecurity. So India and America joined together in technology, in creating the future, in artificial intelligence, etc. And we have benefited from America's generosity and largesse. In 1961, we had a war. 1962, we had a war with China. And President John F. Kennedy came to our rescue. In 1967-68, we had a famine in India. America sent food to us through PL 480. And then we had Norman Borlaug, an American agri-scientist who came to India and gave us the Mexican draft wheat to make India a food surplus country, which we are today. So there has been great help from America. We had President George Bush get India into the nuclear umbrella and remove the freeze of nuclear technology being given to India. We had President Trump come help us in giving us defense equipment. Our Prime Minister Modi went to the United States in what is called Howdy Modi to a great reception. We had President Trump come to India, and he had a big reception with 100,000 people came out in the stadium to meet him. And this reception was widely acclaimed. And President Trump has been a great friend of India for the last 4 years. I do know that in the heart of every Indian in this country, there is great respect for America, because America stands for the ideals of liberty of every individual, for personal freedom. And Americans are the most compassionate people. India too is a nation built on compassion. In the future, India and America have to work together because we have to create a new world. The world is seeing great stress because of the pandemic. The world is getting stressed because of the rise of a hegemon in Asia. China has become a big country and hegemon, and South China Sea and other areas are under threat because of China. There was a unipolar world. Now we have China coming up as a great power. And India and America, as two great democracies, have to work together in future to make the world a much safer place, to make the world a better place for everybody, to work on climate issues, to work on social issues, to make peace possible all across the world. We also have to deal with the challenges of technology, because with artificial intelligence, we need a new rule of law for technology. We need to have a universal declaration of digital rights so that every individual in the world will enjoy the benefits of digital technology. I want to end by saying that India and America are the two greatest democracies in the world. America is an older democracy, the richest country in the world, the most generous country in the world, and a country which has allowed people from all over the world to come and reside and to do well, like the great Indian community there. And India is the largest democracy in the world. 17% of the world's population is in India. And if India grows economically stronger, it gives its people a better quality of life, the planet will be much better. Because a strong democratic India is good for the world. A strong, democratic, economically resilient United States is very good for the world. So on the occasion of 74th Independence Day of India, I want to send our greetings across to our American friends, and let us together celebrate India's Independence Day. India's Independence Day in 1947 led to decolonization of 60% of humanity. 60% of humanity at that point of time was in the colonial yoke under imperialism. And America throughout her history had fought against colonialism, against imperialism, standing up for the freedom of the individual. And the freedom of the individual is what unites both our noble countries. So thank you very much for inviting me. Wish you all the best. I do know there's going to be an election in November. I want to wish all the candidates here the very best, and do hope that the elections will see all of you coming to power and building India-American relationship to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mohan. And that was a truly inspiring and passionate kind of a speech, as is often the case, interspersed with data and history. Thank you so much for, granting time, and thanks for a wonderful kind of a context. It really kind of positions us in terms of the other things to follow, notwithstanding the fact we had some great sessions before. Thanks, Mohan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohan, and thank you, Sridhar sir. It definitely was an inspiring speech, as Sridhar sir mentioned. Now we would like to have next somebody from California, Congressional District 28. Eric Early is a managing partner of a nationally recognized Los Angeles law firm and is running against Adam Schiff for Congress in California. For 25 years, Eric has fought in the courts to help people stay in their homes and help create jobs, businesses, and help innovators succeed. Eric was a candidate in 2018 for California Attorney General against Xavier Becerra, receiving almost 1 million votes as a first-time candidate. Eric's career as an attorney did not follow the usual path, by the way. He attended New York University's undergraduate film school and then worked as a post-production supervisor on hundreds of animation films. Eric later attended Southwestern Law School and was regularly involved in complex litigation matters in California throughout the county, primarily focusing on businesses, entertainment, real estate, title, and escrow-related litigation. Eric was selected for inclusion in the Best Lawyers of America every year since 2017 and has been named a Southern California super lawyer every year since 2005. So thank you so much, Eric. By the way, he has his own radio show as well. Thank you for being here on US Impact, giving your precious time, to our diaspora in America. So please go ahead and address the audience. Thanks, Eric.
Well, Kush, thanks for having me, and thanks so much, US Impact, for having me, and happy Independence Day to the great country of India and all of its amazing people. I'm very happy that America and India are such incredible allies. India is one of the most important countries, frankly, on the planet, and it's in a very dangerous part of the world, as we all know. And I'm just glad that India and the U.S. are working closely, and I'm very happy that our great President Trump and Prime Minister Modi have such a great relationship, because this is what we need in this world going forward. As I think the prior speaker just referenced, China is on the rise. I don't believe what China is working on is in the best interests of either of our countries. It is a communist nation, and through deception and its 100-year marathon, it has been working to try and become the world's super economic power and super military power. It has been going on for decades now, and thank God President Trump has figured it out and finally done whatever we can do to put the brakes on that, because the communist Chinese, let's hope that they never become what they are trying to become in this world. Indians and Americans, we share so many of the same values. We believe in good old-fashioned hard work, and I should say conservative Americans. We believe in good old-fashioned hard work. We believe in the value of education. We believe in family, and we believe in country. And these are the values that in so many ways unite us. And, right now in our country, and one of the reasons I got in this race, I'm not a politician. I run a great law firm. I've got a great family, but I stepped up because I firmly believe we're in a battle of good versus evil in America. We have people, they now proudly call themselves socialists. A couple of years ago, you couldn't say that in America. Now they proudly call themselves socialists. They're communists, and they are, and these communists are working round the clock together with their comrades in the mainstream media to turn our country into, what Venezuela has become, what Cuba has been for years, and we have to step up, and more good people are stepping up to fight them, because we can never let them take this great country where they are fighting to take it. We see what's going on in Portland right now, for example. It's over 60 straight days of violent demonstrations. These people are savages, frankly, and I have no, I say it like I see it. I'm not a politician. I could say what I mean and what I say. And you know, I've thought a lot about where did they come from. Most of these kids are white kids. They're pampered white kids. They haven't, they lived off student loans in college, which they'll likely never pay back. Now many of them, or most of them, live off their parents' credit cards. Most of them never had a job, and they're out there tearing down statues, trying to rewrite our history, and everything else. And you want to know where so much of this comes from? It comes from going through these 20-year indoctrination programs, which are their public schools and many of the private schools in the nation. It's a big issue for me. There's an ongoing Marxist indoctrination of our kids in their schools all around this country, right underneath all of our noses. I believe it's one of the biggest threats to America. When I get to DC, I want to get involved in the education system, big supporter of school choice. We have to really create a parallel education system to so many of the public schools, that certainly the ones in our big cities and major suburbs, which have been radicalized by these teachers unions. And they're teaching kids to hate Americans, to hate religion and faith, sexually crazy stuff. They're teaching kids that communism and socialism are great. And you know, right now I'm leading a lawsuit up in Santa Barbara, about 2 hours away from where I'm sitting now, where I'm representing over 300 great citizens up there. And we're suing the school district up there. And this group that I call Social Justice Warriors, that's been paid over $1.5 million, come in, teach the kids all of this garbage I was just telling you about. And I've been hearing from parents all around the country about it. It's all around. So we've got to get our hands wrapped around it. It's a big issue for me. In terms of immigration, my parents were legal, with an L, immigrants to America. They waited in line for many years to get here. They came here like so many people come here because America was the land, and still is the land, of hope and dreams, where they could raise a family in freedom and liberty and give their kids and the next generation, the family, you know, a better life than they had. And so, and I know so many Indian Americans have come from similar backgrounds. I'm very much against illegal immigration. You know, we have to regulate our immigration, and people need to wait in line and get here, but I'm a huge supporter of legal immigration, and certainly immigrants who come to our country and benefit America. And I know so many great Indian Americans share our values in that regard. And you know, so these are just generally things I'm saying. And I'll, you know, a couple other things I'll say. You know, these people who are demonstrating, we see this, the mainstream media out of control. They go straight from their indoctrination in schools. So many of them have gone into mainstream media. And we have this sort of this three-headed beast of these kids who've been indoctrinated, the mainstream media who's now controlled by them, and so many in the Democrat Party now. The squad members, for example, have come from those same kind of backgrounds. And then the older people in the Democrat Party who should know better, who should speak up and say to the squad members, for example, how what they're doing and saying is so damaging to America. Like my opponent, Schiff, who is one of the worst congressmen of our lifetime, a complete liar. He runs under a rock every time these squad members open their mouth. And so do all of the other senior Democrat statements. So you have this three-headed beast of these Democrat Party, the schools, and the mainstream media, huge issues. So I'll just say in closing, they keep trying to tell us now on TV how terrible and how racist and everything else we are. America is an incredible nation. America, I believe, is the greatest country God ever created. I'm a huge supporter of law enforcement. I believe we need to increase funding to law enforcement, not decrease it, which is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I believe in law and order, and notwithstanding everything people are telling us, we don't see tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or anybody really in large numbers running to leave America, right? I don't see these savages up in Portland, for example, in Chicago, New York. I don't see them running to leave America. I know a lot of people who would chip in and help them leave if they'd like to leave. What we see instead are we see millions of people from around the world fighting, scrimping, saving, doing whatever they can to get to this great country. And I know people like me, and I know so many of the great people in the Indian American community, and I know our great president, I know President Modi. We will never, never let these evil forces and this growing rise of socialism and communism ever take hold in this country. They want to shut us up, but as I say more and more, we're Americans, and we will never be shut up. So with that said, thanks so much for having me, and happy Independence Day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Eric. Those are fantastic points that you mentioned, and all the best to you for your campaign. So next, I would like to call upon somebody from US Impact, Chapter President of Georgia, where this event is actually happening live. Radhika, could you please come online and introduce our keynote speaker, Tejasvi Suryaji.
Namaste. Happy 47th Independence Day. Surya Tejasvi. Surya, the sun. Tejasvi, the velour. Like the sun gives the rays and light to all the living beings and creatures on this earth, and the energy and the hope that is given by sun. Similar thing, Surya Tejasvi. The name itself says it all. Surya Tejasvi gives a hope to every youth in India. I'm so fortunate to introduce him today. Surya Tejasvi is a BJP candidate who contested from the South Bangalore constituency. At the age of 28, he's the youngest candidate to have won the Lok Sabha polls. An advocate by profession, Surya contested the Lok Sabha polls for the first time and secured a win with a landmark margin of over 2 lakh votes. Welcome to Surya Tejasvi.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste, Surya ji.
Thank you so much. So nice to see you, Radhika ji.
Same here, Surya ji. Thanks for being here. Stage is yours.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you so much. At the very outset, I would want to wish all my fellow brothers and sisters of India currently residing in the United States a very, very happy Independence Day. You may be a few thousand miles away from India, but I have always known and experienced in all my interactions with you that India has never been far away from you, from your hearts and your minds. So I know that this is a day of great rejoicement, a great of celebration, and I am happy that you have given me, US Impact, the opportunity of sharing this joy and rejoicement with my fellow Indians from across the border. The Indian diaspora in the United States is around 4 million and accounts for almost 1% of the total US population. And most of the Indians in the economic prosperity, peace, and harmonious societal growth of the United States. They have played a very important role as doctors, engineers, scientists, entrepreneurs who have created a lot of value to the American society. And the amount of influence that the Indian diaspora is currently wielding in the United States, whether it is in the field of politics, economics, whether it is in the field of foreign policy, whether it is in the field of taxation, is something splendid. And I hope, and I'm certain rather, that in the coming days, the influence of the Indian diaspora will only come to grow in the United States and rest of the world to ensure a more happier and a more peaceful and a more prosperous world and United States. So right now, there are many opportunities for the United States and India to build their bilateral relationship and work on the progress that has already been made, starting from Bill Clinton's presidency, whether it is a Democrat president or a Republican president. The relationship with India has only further been strengthened, has only deepened as the days have gone by. And just to highlight a few key highlights of the India-US bilateral relationship, it gives me a lot of delight and joy to say that the US and India bilateral relationships have now developed into a global strategic partnership based on shared democratic values and increasing convergence of interests on bilateral, regional, and global issues. Since assuming office in May 2014, my Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, who all Indians across the world consider so dearly, has visited the United States on 6 occasions. When it comes to defense, United States and India now conduct more bilateral exercises with each other than they do with any other country in the world. It only shows how strong India and US defense capabilities and defense ties have only increased. The aggregate worth of defense-related acquisitions from the United States is more than 15 billion US dollars. In 2016, the United States designated India as a major defense partner, which commits the United States to facilitate technology transfer and sharing with India to a level commensurate with that of its closest allies and partners, and industry collaboration for defense production and co-development. The US-India Defense Technology and Trade Initiative is further aimed at promoting co-development and co-production efforts. This very year, there was a very important development in furthering this already strong ties of military cooperation between India and the United States. The US Pacific Command was renamed by the United States as the United States Indo-Pacific Command, recognizing the important role that India plays in maintaining harmony and peace in this very important region. Today, the United States, Japan, India, and Australia have formed a quadruple team, a quadruple collaboration through which a lot of activities are being undertaken in the Indo-Pacific region. The trade between India and the United States is higher and bigger in volume than it has ever been in the history between the two countries. The United States is India's largest trading partner, goods and services combined. Bilateral trade in goods and services grew by more than 10% per annum over the past 2 years to reach 142 billion US dollars in 2018. And in the coming days, given the fact that the entire world is now keen to move away from the monopolistic hegemony that China is wielding in the global chain, supply chain, a lot of opportunities are throwing itself open for investment in India. In 2014, India had only 2 factories to manufacture electronic equipment, specifically mobile phones. In just 5 years, we have grown from 2 factories to more than 200 factories. And today, India is the second largest producer of electronic mobile phones in the world, electronic manufacturing, especially mobile phones in the world. This is only a testimony to the fact that India is capable of taking the pivotal role of being a very, very important stakeholder in the global supply chain. So whether it is defense or whether it is trade, the relationship with India is only growing stronger. In addition to that, the kind of relationship that India and the United States is developing, especially in space, which is a very important both governments and both people. The multifaceted cooperation between India and the United States in the field of science and technology has been steadily and constantly growing. In 2019, the India-United States Science and Technology Cooperation Agreement, which was first signed in October 2005, was renewed for a further period of 10 years in 2019. So this is again a very important step in the right direction. the Indo-US Science and Technology Forum met again the 7th time. The joint working group of India and the United States on civil space cooperation met for the 7th time in my city of Bangalore in 2019 November. And together, PM Modi and President Trump are currently encouraging a lot of support to ISRO and NASA for development and launch in 2022 of a joint mission with the world's first dual frequency synthetic aperture radar satellite. And whether it is Earth observation, Mars planetary exploration, heliophysics, human space flight, and including commercial space cooperation, there is immense opportunities for India and United States in the field of space. All of you are aware that my Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, opened India space exploration to even private players very recently as a part of his Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. Therefore, the kind of opportunities that we will have in the coming days, even in space, including for private players, is going to be immense. Friends, even during the COVID-19 pandemic, the United States and India has shown to the world that we can be together to address some of the greatest challenges to humanity. Whether it was India coming to the aid of the United States by supplying the hydroxychloroquine tablets, or also the kind of help that India received as a reciprocation from the United States, by receiving some ventilators, has further strengthened our resolve to be more closer to each other. I would just want to conclude by saying two very important things. While we have built on these strengths, the United States and India also recognizes our common challenges and our common one is the radical Islamic terror that is troubling not only United States and India, but also the rest of the world. Therefore, my Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, has been unequivocal in demanding a strict and stern action against terrorism in different parts of the world. I would also want to request all people who are participating in this, all important members from the United States, Indian diaspora and others, to understand that terrorism, radical Islamic terrorism, is not merely a law and order problem. It is primarily an ideological problem, and all liberal democracies which value the principles of constitutional law, rule of law, pluralism, respect for all religions, and equality of opportunities must come together to question the fundamentals of this ideology which inspires people to take to terror. That is a very, very important responsibility that all of us as liberal societies, as societies that value freedom, has on all of us. The second and the last important thing, the last and most important thing where I want to the thought with which I want to leave all of you is this. For any two nations to come together, it is not just the governments, it is not just the universities which can, or government institutions which need to come together. It is the understanding of the two peoples who have to come together to understand each other's aspirations, each other's dreams, each other's challenges and limitations, so that we can be together in this journey of prosperity together. I would candidly want to say that on a lot of issues, whether it is India's stand on Article 370 abrogation, whether it is on the historic the CAA, the citizenship amendments, including Christians, Hindus, Parsis, Zoroastrians, Buddhists and Jains in the India's neighborhood. We would want the United States to understand these issues from a better India perspective and not be swayed by anti-India and Pakistan-funded lobby in the United States. And most importantly, I also recognize the need for Indians, especially who are keen to work in this global order, especially work closely with the United States, that a lot of restrictions, whether it is on the H-1B visas, is causing a lot of anxiety to many Indians who want to go and contribute to the growth of the United States and India's relationship together. I hope that in the coming days, all parties in the United States, all Congress leaders, all the government that comes into being again, all stakeholders in the process recognize and understand these challenges and demands and aspirations of the Indian community, and will take extremely important steps quickly to address these, so that our long-standing grand relationship will be further deepened. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to interact with all of you. I wish all of you again a very, very happy Independence Day. And I look forward to seeing all of you in person sometime soon in the United States or in India after the COVID pandemic, hopefully ending very soon. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Thank you so much, Tejasvi ji. You pretty much very well covered all the important points that are concerning Indian American diaspora in India, in USA, and globally, and kind of touched upon all the sensitive and important issues which are current and really important for everybody, because micro to macro, it impacts us all. So having shed light on all of that, and especially in this platform where a lot of Americans are following, which are non-Indian Americans as well, so that they understand the issues, the bilateral issues and the global issues, that are going on for the wonderful country on this special eve of Independence Day. Your time means a lot to us, and we really heartily thank you so much for being on US Impact platform and addressing the Indian American diaspora in USA. They're all Indians, and we really thank you. Thank you for that. Thanks. Okay, so after that inspiring speech, I would like to call upon somebody from our very tough district, Washington. We have our chapter in Washington as well, in that state. And Jesse Jensen from District 8 is contesting in that particular area. He's a son of a pastor and a stay-at-home mom. He grew up in the rural America, where he understood the value of family and hard work. Jesse was selected to go to national capital as a delegate to American Legion's Boys Nation while in DC. Jesse met President George Bush and his elected members of Congress and Senate. The experience and connections he made was pivotal in his young life, paving the way to the career in public services. He was accepted to George Washington University majoring in political science. In 2007, while accompanying the senator Thune to Walter Reed Medical Center, Jesse met a young soldier who lost both his legs to an IED blast which deployed in Iraq. Inspired by the soldier's sole desire to return to his team, Jesse longed to do more to serve his country and he got enlisted in United States Army. As an Army Ranger, he was awarded several commendations, including 2 Bronze Stars for the service. Jesse's private sector experience has included a director-level role in healthcare and program management positions at Microsoft and Amazon. His well-rounded experience offers him a unique perspective in his approach to bring common sense business practices to Washington, D.C. So we have our strong fighter candidate, Jesse Jensen, with amazing background and a know-how of multiple aspects from all over the world, having served in that capacity as well. So Jesse, you are on next. Thank you so much for being on the platform of US Impact and giving us your time.
Thank you. And first, Namaste Tejasviji or Namaste Mere Beyon or Behino. My name is Jesse Jensen. I'm a candidate in the 8th Congressional District, which includes part of King County and Seattle. We'll talk about some of the craziness that's going on in Seattle now, and this push for socialism, and some of the terrible things the Seattle City Council has done for relations with India more broadly. But first, I wanted to share a story of my background through a tale of 4 Indian Americans. So as it was said, my family were immigrants originally from Norway about 100 years ago. We came here. I went to public school. I ended up joining the military, becoming a U.S. Army Ranger in Joint Special Operations Command. But before going to JSOC, I deployed to Nangarhar, Afghanistan. And there I was on the border of Afghanistan and Pakistan. And it was there that I learned a series of things. First, that I really enjoyed naan, that you can have several costume changes during a Bollywood music video, all very quickly and seamlessly. I learned who Shah Rukh Khan was, just an impressive bit of imported Indian culture there in Afghanistan. The other thing that I learned is that cricket is an incredible sport, and that you can have tea during a athletic endeavor, which was something that I had no idea that was even possible. And finally, I learned that not all allies are created equal. I was again on the Afghan-Pakistan border and learned over the course of several conflicts with insurgents and radical Islamic terror there in Afghanistan that the ISI was supporting the enemy, that they were providing explosive materials, and that the Pakistani government in some form or fashion had tried to kill me while I was in Afghanistan. Then I joined the Joint Special Operations Command in 2nd Ranger Battalion, and there I met a young man named Tariq Makecha. Tariq was Indian American. His father had come over, was born in India, and all Tariq wanted to do was to fight radical Islamic terrorism and make his country safer. We deployed several times together. Tariq was one of my mentors when I was in the Army. And we remain very close today. I was in his wedding. He did not ride an elephant, but I did help steal his shoes. He rode on a horse in New Jersey. One of our previous Senate candidates was, I think, in his backyard. Tariq was an incredible guy. After being in the Joint Special Operations Command, I left the Army and I went to Columbia Business School. There I met another mentor of mine, Medini Singh. Professor Singh is a professor of supply chain and operations. I didn't take one of his classes. I didn't take two of his classes. I took 3 or 4 of his classes at Columbia Business School, and I learned everything that I know about operations from him. He was absolutely a mentor of mine, and another example of the incredible partnership that India and America have. And if I failed at the top of the speech to wish everyone happy Independence Day, please accept my apologies. Happy Independence Day today. And just continuing on, I wanted to share just 2 more quick stories of Indian Americans that have impacted me so profoundly. After leaving Columbia Business School, I went to Microsoft, where I saw firsthand how Satya Nadella turned around the culture of Microsoft by talking about a growth mindset. As I'm sure you are all aware, Satya attended Hyderabad Public School, or HPS, along with 2 other CEOs of major American companies, Adobe and MasterCard CEOs both. It's an incredible testament to how strong and incredible the Indian American immigrants to this country are helping to make our country better. Finally, I worked at Amazon with a young man named Aditya Prathapati. Aditya is sort of a very, very close friend of mine, and he's helped me understand even more about Indian culture as we work together as senior program managers at Amazon. So where am I running and why am I running? I'm running in King County, which abuts up against Seattle. There, Kashama Sawant is fighting to tear down the capitalist system. She's pushing for socialism, and she was one of the first to vote to interfere in American foreign policy and to bring the Seattle City Council to condemn the CAA rather than doing the work that a city council should be doing. She also supports defunding the police. And this is something that my Democratic opponent also supports. She had the opportunity to condemn the defund the police movement, to condemn the Chaz or the CHOP, which is sort of just only in Seattle, a crazy anarchic society where they took over 6 blocks in Seattle. It was praised by the socialists on the city council, and it was not condemned by my Democratic opponent. And we're seeing that Chinese American and Indian American business owners in Seattle are suffering. My Democratic opponent also wants to have a $15 national minimum wage to take that Seattle-style progressive politics and force it upon the members of parts of my rural district and suburban district, which is a perfect recipe for destroying the small businesses that many Indian Americans come to the United States to start. It's shameful, and it's something that absolutely needs to stop. Another thing that my Democratic opponent had the opportunity to do was to condemn the socialist regimes in Venezuela. She opted against doing that. She stands firmly in the camp of socialism, and I believe that she stands in direct contradiction to, well, I know she stands in direct contradiction to President Trump. And that is something that we absolutely need to support, is a stronger Indian-American relationship. President Trump and Prime Minister Modi ji have done an incredible job, and there's more that we need to do to strengthen that national partnership. I'm glad to hear Mr. Tejasvi talk about the Indo-Pacific Command. As a former Army guy, it's heartening to see someone speak about radical terrorism that I fought so hard on 3 joint special operations tours to combat. I did operations very similar to the bin Laden raid. I stood on the border and I watched as the Haqqani network operated with impunity out of Pakistan. We as democracies need to stand together to ensure that the country and the world is a safer place. And as the previous speaker said, we absolutely need to address the ideological motivations of these terrorists. Finally, I just want to speak briefly on immigration. As I said, Satya Nadella came from India. So many of our leaders of American industry have come from India. It is shameful that only 7.5% of our green cards go to one of the largest democracy in the world. If you're an Indian American, you're going to wait for over 30 years to get a green card. If you're coming from a smaller country, say Somalia, you're going to wait for months to get a green card. We need to bring more people like Aditya, my friend at Amazon, who is driving innovation, who is creating a better standard of living for himself and for my family and for so many families in America as we deliver goods and services to them through the technology that he's helping to build. So again, thank you, Impact, now for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it. Happy Independence Day and namaste.
Thank you so much, Jesse. That was fantastic speech and experience that you have, so well-rounded and so much detailed and in-person experience that you shared. It means a lot, and I think that gives the deep insights, to what your work you will be doing and representing the people. So thank you so much for being here and giving us your time on US Impact. Thank you. Next, we have Kevin Cookingham from District 16, California. He has served for 25 years as counselor, educator, and principal. During his tenure, he developed an extensive student assistance program supporting student success. Kevin was recognized for his achievements when he was named Unified School District Administrator of the Year. Kevin served as a board member for the Hume Lake Christian Camps, where he spent 5 years as the Director of Programs and the Director of Development. Thank you so much, Kevin, for being here. Kevin, yes, we'd love for you to address everybody.
Thanks. All right. That's great. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today. What a great opportunity to speak with you. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. All right.
Glad to have you.
I just want to let, first of all, the people know about the 16th District. The 16th District is located in the Central Valley of California, and it's a wonderful area to live in. We produce about 50 to 55% of the nuts, fruits, and vegetables for the entire nation, and we have some of the most fertile farmland anywhere. And so I am excited to be a part of what is going on across the 16th District. I'm running against somebody that has been in politics for 42 years and has gone very far left. And so I'm excited about the values of the Indian American community throughout this whole valley. The Indian American community has become extremely successful as successful farmers, doctors, truckers, businessmen and women, and they have brought a tremendous amount of energy and employment and excitement to the community. As mentioned before, I spent 25 years in education and 10 years in ministry, and I'm passionate about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, some things that are really under attack right now. I believe this election that we're having in November, and actually it's not necessarily November, it's really election month now because the ballots here go out the 5th of October. But it's really a fight between government control and socialism versus liberty and freedom. It's a fight between lawlessness and chaos and lawfulness and safety. In fact, we're finding out in many of these big cities where you've seen looting and burning and the defunding of police, we're seeing crime escalating and we're seeing shootings escalate. And so it's very, very important. This election is so important for all of us to be involved with. It's also a fight between higher taxes and basically less taxes for our businesses where people have more of an incentive to work. And it's also between blaming others for failure and personal responsibility. And so one of the things that I did as an adult school principal is we had a number of classes for students that were learning English. And many of those classes contained students from all over the world. And many of those students, of course, were Indian American students that have learned English, and then they went on out and started successful businesses. So we believe in the work ethic and giving. We believe in personal responsibility. We believe in family and community and values. And I'm thankful for our Indian American community that has a tremendous positive impact and that truly make us better. And I want to thank U.S. Impact for supporting the values that not just make America and India great, but all countries great. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And thank you for being a part of this.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Kevin. That meant a lot. Thanks for your time and for your work with the community. And thanks for shedding some light on your district. It was quite interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next we have Victoria Sparts from Indiana, District 5. Victoria is a natural leader who has proven track record in business world, civic organizations, and public sector. Growing up in socialist-controlled Ukraine, she experienced firsthand dark side of socialism. She has served as CFO at Indiana Attorney General's office. She has worked in Big Four public accounting firms for Fortune 500 companies. She started and currently owns several businesses, including financial consulting, farming, and real estate. She is Scholastic Award recipient from IU Kelly School of Business, and she has received the Indiana Association of Realtors Life Member Award, and Indianapolis Super Bowl Ambassador is what she is. So let us watch Victoria Sparts next.
Namaste. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, well,
thank you for giving us a time. Go ahead.
Thank you. I will hope everyone has a wonderful Independence Day. It's a very big holiday in the United States when we celebrate our 4th of July day. So I hope everyone enjoyed. I run, as I was told, I'm running for the 5th Congressional District in Indiana. I'm a Republican nominee, but I'm originally from a communist and socialist country. So as someone who grew up in communism and socialism and never wanted to be a politician ever in my life, I could see what's happening in our country. And, sometimes maybe immigrants as someone who, like you put a frog in the boiling water or you have a frog kind of heat up in the water. So immigrants, I think, would be key, to this election that's going to come up in November, because a lot of people that come in here for opportunities, for pursuit of happiness, for freedoms, they probably value sometimes more than people are used to that. So I would like to ask my fellow immigrants to start paying attention and start really be involved, because this election is not going to be about me or President Trump or anyone else. It's really about ideas and ideals. Do we still want to be a country of free enterprise, of equal rights and opportunities, of limited government and people's having the freedoms to succeed. There is no difference between people all around the world. The only difference is Americans have the most freedom to succeed. And that's what makes us the strongest country in the world. And it's worth fighting for. You know, there are a lot of differences in policies. You know, I told all immigrants should be Republicans. You know, that's from my perspective. You know, we support strong public safety, strong defense, strong education, strong economy, strong borders, and vibrant immigration system that benefits national interests. I think these policies of prosperity are very important for a lot of immigrants who want to pursue their American dreams and come across oceans and across the world to this country. So I would like us to be involved. I would like immigrants to start paying attention. I have a lot of friends from Indian communities, and I know that they share all of these values. And it's a big fight we have on our hands, but it is an important fight. And, you know, and see what's happening in the country with Marxist and leftist ideology I grew up is now really getting embedded in heads of a lot of young people on anarchy and destruction. It breaks my heart. But I think every person, every American should start paying attention. So I want to thank you for having me today. I want to thank you for your involvement and that US Impact reaching out, because it will take a lot of people in the community to be involved. It's to start paying attention, because if we don't pay attention to politics, it hits us in the head. And I think then it's always too late, and it brings a lot of violence. So I think it's extremely important. The value of people that come from India, a very strong value, family, education, good economy, and prosperity. And I think you could be great Americans, great ally. And I hope all of you are going to be Republicans, at least most of you from my perspective, because it's important. That's why I became Republican. You know, that's why I chose this country to pursue dreams and opportunities for me, my children, for all our children. And we always have to remember that a lot of people die for freedoms in generations. So freedom's always worth fighting for, and we have to win. We have to win this battle, and then we'll win the war. But I would appreciate any support you can do for all good candidates, and in your community can get involved. So I think it's very important. So I wish you a very happy Independence Day, and thank you for having me. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Victoria. Namaste. And thank you so much for being part of our Independence Day celebrations. And yes, freedom is super precious, and we must all respect it and fight for it and work for it. Thank you so much for being here on US Impact platform. So next, I have Mark Leva from Indiana District 1. He grew up with his grandmother when his grandmother moved to Mexico. He was born in Chicago in 1959, and he graduated from Holy Trinity Elementary. His son, Staff Sergeant Mark Leva Jr., has served in US Army for over 18 years. Today, he is self-employed carpenter, and he also worked as a steel worker. He is truly one of us and fighting for all of us. Let's welcome Mr. Mark Leva with a huge applause. Thank you so much, Mark, for working with US Impact and being here on this platform. Off to you.
All right. Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody. A happy Independence Day, India. It's wonderful to see and have the independence that we share. It's happy to share the same values of hardworking Americans. I am from Indiana, a 1st Congressional District, and I have 3 counties that are blue-collar, steel-working counties: Porter, Lake County, and Michigan City and LaPorte. It's very important that people know that I come from small means. I wish I had all the credentials that I'm hearing before myself, but I am a self-taught economics from professors like Professor Martin L. Gross, Professor Thomas Sowell, Professor Walter Williams, guys like Mark Levin. I just want to let you know that I believe in American freedoms and liberties. And November 3rd, because this election is so important, it's the difference between jobs and mobs, as they say on the streets. So all I could say is that it is important that sharing the great educational system that India has and all the great people that India brings to the United States to share the hardworking ethics of the working world and the business society, because I do know and share a lot of Indian American business contacts that we share and move the economy between all of us. And I know that the difference with the strong relationship that President Trump and Prime Minister Modi has, it's so important that we share all the technologies and hard work to bring more jobs and more people through a better legal system here in the United States. It's very important because right now this illegal immigration that is happening, we have a great president that's slowing it down and getting rid of it and working very hard so that we can have a stronger legal system to bring better economics to our country. And all I could say is that we need the educational choices, like school choices, to be part of our whole economy here in the United States. And going to Washington, I'll be fighting for all those strong ethics as far as school choice, legal immigration, stronger border wall control, just that is necessary, because right now our country is in peril. I hate to say it, with domestic terrorism. I believe we need a strong law and order system that is going to help us bring and create better and stronger jobs to our community that will also will be sharing with the Indian American community. And most of all, we have to bring back American exceptionalism, American dreams, because without that, we will be lost. And I think one of the strongest, I feel personally, in education in the United States is the lack of education of the U.S. Constitution. And I believe if more of it was studied and our children knew the Constitution a little bit better, we wouldn't have all this chaotic anarchy in the streets. And the system of education in our school systems have to change to basic education and stop brainwashing our children, which is our future generations, our future of our economy. And I feel strong that if we do not get to a better, stronger educational system that leads us to a stronger economic system, we are going to be a little bit, I just want to say that we're going to be hurting our children and their future. So the basic is, I just want to say that the Indian community that I have embraced in my current working conditions has been really pleasurable, hardworking individuals that are the biggest part of our community. And the more and more I see, they embrace everything and the values of American values. And I just believe that November 3rd is a time that people of all colors and races, especially the Indian American community that is working so hard here and all over the country to bring political awareness. I just want to say thank you Thank you so very much. Thank you, U.S. Impact. You've been a wonderful, well-organized, educated organization that I feel is going to make a very big impact on November 3rd. And for that reason, I am so thankful and asking for the Indian American vote. And please visit my website, www.markleva.com. And thank you, Kush, and thank everybody that's over there that's putting on this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mark. It was an honor to work with you ever since the first day. Thanks for all that you do for the community, for America, and for Indians also in your district. We enjoy working with you and we look forward to that. Thanks so much, Mark. Next, we have Mr. Sargis Sangari from Illinois District 9. Lieutenant Colonel Sargis Sangari is a 12-plus year veteran of United States Army and Special Operational Forces with multiple combat deployments to Iraq, diplomatic assignments in Kuwait, and several other deployments to Middle East, Europe, Asia, and Central America. Sangari is the Chief Executive Officer of Near East Center for Strategic Engagement, NECSE, which he founded on September 11, 2014, in commemoration of Americans who were murdered in the terrorist attacks of 9/11, and in the recognition of the first responders who continue to suffer and die health effects arising from the attacks. Lieutenant Sangari's writings and postings have been read and referenced in over 143 countries out of 275 worldwide. Over the course of 6 years of continuous combat deployment, Sangari conducted 144 combat patrols, 22 special forces missions, and 2 key direct action operations. Lieutenant Sangari is a nuclear biological chemical certified officer, certified anti-terrorism level 1 and 2 officer, and he earned his executive certificate in counter-terrorism and technology from the International Institute of Counter-Terrorism, Israel. Sangari is now seeking to serve our country in the political arena as Republican candidate for the 9th Congressional District of Illinois. Thank you so much, Mr. Sangari. It's an honor to have you on our platform. Means a lot for all of us and Indian Americans over here and across the world. So I would really love for you to go ahead and please address everybody.
Oh, Kush, thank you very much. Again, Namaste, and again, thank you for the lovely introduction. I would say more importantly, special thanks, of course, goes to Ahmed Warkat, who's the president of and the co-founder of U.S. Impact, and all the men and women of U.S. Impact that are giving our candidates an opportunity to come in here and celebrate the Indian Independence Day with the members of our Indian American community. For me, especially, is important, especially for the residents of the 9th Congressional District of Illinois. So again, as I introduced, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Sargis Sangari, 20-plus years of service in U.S. Army Infantry and Special Operational Forces, and more importantly, the Republican nominee for Congress in the 9th Congressional District of Illinois. I have had a lot of live experience with what is happening in our country today. One thing that, I want our folks to know that between 2014 and 2017, when the Christian Assyrians in this case, were being massacred by ISIS in both Syria and Iraq, we ran the Assyrian army force structures to fight against these terrorist operators. In Syria, however, in 2015, one of my commanders was ambushed and killed as he was going to a meeting. The individuals who ambushed him and killed him were what is today the YPG Kurds, which is a socialist organization that constantly conducts operation against NATO elements in Syria. And at that time, Antifa was on the ground. You had American Antifa and European Antifa elements that were there during that time flying their flag. If listeners even Google search right now Antifa and YPG, they'll probably see even on the YPG site the Antifa flag. So I have a personal experience with these individuals, and the reason why they were there in 2015 to get their capabilities up and running to be able to conduct those operations where they need it. And today we have an insurgent capability that is operating in our country. This is who they are. They are nothing more than the black shirts and the brown shirts that served Nazi Germany and also the Italians in World War II. But with that said, what I would say is congratulations, especially to the Indians, and my heartfelt admiration for the Indian people who are today really kind of won that hard-fought peace against Great Britain. Today, India is set up as a global partner amongst the world communities of nations, which is not easy to do. India can be very proud of its accomplishments, I would say, in the short 70+ years since the day of independence, given the people of India, which everybody has commented on, established a democratic system of governance that is only really paralleled by our country, the United States of America. So it is really the people that are at the heart of what has happened and where we are today. So as your previous guests have discussed, the special relationship which has been established between our two great nations, and most significantly, as mentioned, between the President Trump and also India's progressive Prime Minister Modi, is really a testament to the thousands of years of the Indian culture and the traditions that are now fortifying this paradigm of our Western democracies in the region. India and the United States both inherited it from the British, but when President Trump visited India, he to me demonstrated really the sincerest form of commitment to support the development and a deep, robust relationship that we really need to have in India to be able to be successful going forward. I will echo that stand in regards to the shared goals that we have in order to enhance the educational opportunities for the Indian community. We're going to ensure that when it comes to the public safety of the Indian people, that the defense and the public safety of the Indian people is paramount to what we do. And to also further advance our ability to support what some have referred to, but I will say the skilled labor and the legal immigration of that skilled labor for the Indian community to the United States. And that's going to ensure that we have the next generation of Indian community that becomes stronger economically and becomes an engine and that bridge that we need between us and the United States and India. So currently, India is the only democracy that really possesses a combination of ideologies, liberal democracies, free spread of information, ideas, and a large rising middle class that it is within that region that is really necessary for us to counter communist China's aggression in the region. So I'm going to make sure that I can empower and support the Indian community to become the American backbone for India on a global stage. And all this really starts in the spirit of freedom, which is earned and not given, as they say, where India not only really observes August 15th, but also remembers another important date, which is August 21st, 1943, the spirit of an independent India, which is tied to his past, present, and more importantly, the future generations. I have released my press release that you received earlier today, which lays out the importance and significance of those dates. And I'm hoping that once we get a chance that we'll be able to support the Indian community as it moves forward in the future. So I'm Lieutenant Colonel Sangiri again, the Republican nominee in the 9th Congressional District. If you want to read my post and reach out to me, go to www.votesangiri.com, www.votesangiri.com. And with all that said, happy Independence Day for the Indian people and their families, and Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, absolutely. Jai Hind,
Jai Hind.
Mr. Sangari. Meant a lot. Your time meant a lot. Your insights and the knowledge and the experience that you have, it means a lot. And Indian American community absolutely would love to work with you in every which way. So, and that's what US Impact wants to do, work in long term for all the candidates.
Thank you very much. I have to apologize. I won't be able to stay because I have to go to a police rally in defense of our police. Yesterday, we received some information that everybody who was going to these rallies were being targeted. So today, I'm going to go stand with my brethren who are being targeted because they're simply standing with the police, and I won't be able to be here. But again, it is my pleasure any given time, and we will see you in the future, hopefully.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Singari. All the
Thank
best. Bye. Namaste. Um, okay, so next we have Mr. Casper Stockholm from Colorado District 7. Casper is a Gulf War veteran who moved to Colorado in 1989, who honorably served for 14 years in United States Air Force as a weapons and communications specialist. 100% unhyphenated American, a business owner, trainer, HR, and financial services consultant, a change agent, author, speaker, and a radio show host, community advocate, and problem solver. Casper Stockholm is a proud Christian who would like to address problems of homelessness, jobs, federal term limits, housing, immigration, sexual abuse, and trafficking. Thank you, Mr. Casper, for being here and for giving your time, precious time, on US Impact platform to our diaspora. Please go ahead and address the audience.
Thank you, Kush. I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you okay. Thank you.
Perfect, perfect. Well, namaste. Happy Independence Day.
Thank you.
It's been 73 years of independence, and it's been an awesome thing to see, the independence of India. And India is a country with a very rich, diverse, and proud country and background, speaking 22 plus different languages and 6 major religions. It's a country that has a lot to offer, but also a lot for people to look to as how it should be done. When folks from India come to America, what I'm the most impressed with is that very few complain about anything. They just get to work. They come to America, they take advantage of the education process, and not in a bad way. I'm saying that it's available to all of us. So they come to America and they just jump right in, start businesses, get education, and wind up being some of the most productive citizens in our country. I have rarely, if ever, seen anyone from India out protesting about what they don't have. They just go after it and they just take advantage of the American dream, which is what we all should be doing. And I wish the African American community would take a lesson or two from the Indian community, because they are providing a roadmap to how someone from another country can come to America and achieve the American dream. So I'm just so proud to be a part of this celebration, and to be a part of this this connection between America and India. Being someone of from the African American community or the Black community here in America, I am always struggle with the fact that as a Black conservative, trying to talk to other Blacks in America, saying, look, we don't have to struggle. Okay, we've already fought this fight for civil rights. Now let's get on to something more productive. Let's get our children educated. Let's get our children starting businesses. Let's get our children plugged into the system that other immigrants can come here and take advantage of. If you look at some of the top races of individuals who have succeeded here in America, Indian Americans and individuals from Nigeria and Africans who have immigrated to the United States are doing quite well, which means America is not a racist country. Now, there are race problems for sure in America, but overall, America is a phenomenal place to achieve all the success that you ever wanted to look for. So I'm excited to be a part of this gathering. I will be able to hang out for a little bit longer, but I also have some other obligations. But I'm just so proud of what you guys have put together. I look forward to more conversations and more interactions. I wish I had some of the more colorful stories one of our other speakers had about interactions. I don't have any of those, but I can tell you that this is the best place to be. Even with all the challenges going on, America is a land of opportunity, and we have to fight for that opportunity. I wrote a book last year called The Great Black and Millennial Awakening. And in that book, I lay out how we save our nation by the awakening of the Black community. So that's what I'm really focused on. I have other individuals here in Colorado that are helping in that process. We just have a lot going on. So I'm running in Congressional District 7, which is Jefferson and Adams County here in Colorado. It's not as diverse as some other districts, but it's more of a suburban area. But we have some of the same challenges. We have individuals that are not really accessing or have access to the system, if you will, to be successful in America. So I'm working every day to fight for those individuals. I'm running against an individual who has been a rubber stamp for Nancy Pelosi and some of her very liberal, progressive, now socialist, and even Marxist agendas. So we're fighting that on a daily basis. He is not someone that is embracing or helping anyone in the community become a better person. He is all for the lockdowns, which are just shutting down our businesses across our district and across our state. We have over 55 of our businesses now have been closed and will probably never open again. And that is a direct cause by our governor and my opponent's lack of understanding on what it takes to have a successful country, a successful state, and a successful city. We have to get our businesses open. We have to get our kids back in school. We have to get our churches open. And if we don't do those things, those three things at a minimum, if we don't do that, our country is in serious trouble. So I'm working every day to do that. I know other individuals are just as dedicated to do that as well. I know a lot of my counterparts on this call are saying some of the same things, echoing some of the same sentiments I have. We have to save this country, because America and India and some of the other countries, if we don't work together to save those countries, we're doomed. Our planet is doomed. So anyway, I'm excited to be here. My name is Casper Stockham, running for Congressional District 7 here in Colorado. Namaste, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Casper. Namaste. And you are a veteran and extremely important for America and everybody who lives here. So thank you so much for your time and everything that you have done, the causes that you work on, and even in this election while you're serving for the country. So all the best, and thanks for being on this platform for US Impact for Indian American Diaspora on their Independence Day. Thanks. And next, we would like to go upon Rhode Island. Yes, we have a chapter there also. US Impact does have that. Robert Lancia, District 2, is a member of Rhode Island House of Representatives, District 16 from 2015 to 2018. He was a member. At the age of 40, he volunteered to go on active duty as a Navy chaplain. During his time serving with the Navy, Coast Guards, and the Marines, he was repeatedly reminded that the service to others and self-service are the greatest achievements a person can accomplish. Being a person of faith himself, he learned that being a servant leader is most important thing of all. During his time in House, he worked in a bipartisan manner, successfully getting beach fees lowered, sex offender bill passed, and 911 fees put in the restricted receipt account. Thank you so much, Robert Lancia, for being here on this platform today and gracing us with your presence. I would like you to go next and address our audience today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And it's a real pleasure to be here today with you. Basically, I want to thank you, and I guess I'm filling the page here, I guess, but I want to thank you that I had the opportunity to address you today. I am a former Navy chaplain. I am a disabled vet. and I am running for Congress from the 2nd District in Rhode Island. And you know, New England is a very blue area. It is very blue. In fact, there's only one Republican in the entire New England area that's in office right now, and that's Senator Collins from Maine. And I intend to be the 2nd Republican from New England to be elected to Congress. And, you know, the thing about me is that my wife and I have to include my wife, Marianne, the two of us together, we are very involved with the India community, both in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and as well as now Connecticut too. So it's really been a pleasure to be involved with those communities. My wife and I were personal friends with the former Consul General of New York, as well as the former U.S. Ambassador in Washington. And we many times go to 3 to 4 events a day. In fact, yesterday I was on a phone call with a woman from Boston and another woman from India. And she started just a brand new show called Woman Stand. And it's talking about women's issues. And I was the first guest on the first episode. I appreciate that. This morning, the other gentleman talked about going to a rally. I was at a Back the Blue backpack event today, collecting backpacks for back to school kids. From there, I was on a call with Prem Bhandari, who's the head of Jabbar Foot USA, does prostheses, an Indian nonprofit, does prostheses to individuals all over the world. It's based out of New York. And now I'm here talking with you, and later Rhode Island India community will have their celebration tonight at 7 p.m. I got invited to at least 4 flag raisings in Massachusetts with the India community, but had to pick and choose. But my wife and I are very, very involved, and we get invited to everything and we go to everything. And what's happened is we have gotten to know, and I say to my party, the Rhode Island Republican Party, I say, you know, you're a party of old white people. And until you figure that out, you'll never win another election, because Rhode Island now is 40% Latino and it's 6% Black, plus the other communities, Indian and Cambodian, Laotian. But because of that fact, they made me the director of outreach. Unfortunately, if my wife, Marianne, and I are the only two outreaching, that's not going to do a whole lot of getting Republicans elected. However, we continue to work hard. But I think the thing that struck me the most about the India people is the fact that the strong nuclear family, you know, it's something that this country is desperately in need of. There are people of faith, they're entrepreneurial, and they're capitalists. And you know, Tom Perez, the head of the DNC, has said that socialism is the future of the Democratic Party, and we should all be scared by that. And you think about this, you know, do we want to be Venezuela? Do we want to be Cuba? These kinds of things. No, we don't. We the oldest democracy in the world, want to partner and need to partner with the largest democracy in the world, which is India. And, you know, there is a great movement coming, and it's not a good one. And, you know, China is already pushing back on India and the whole South Asian region, and we need to partner up with India. And here in the States, one of the things I hear from all the young people I talked to said, you know, Mr. Lancia, it could take us 20 to 30 years to get a green card. 20 to 30 years. And, you know, one of the things, and what I promised the India community in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Connecticut, that when elected in November, one of the first bills I put in will be to really to focus on high-skilled workers and, you know, quotas based on the need for those rather than by country. Because I think, you know, the India community is the kind of people we want. They do the kinds of things that I think Americans have been known for. And it's a very, very important relationship that we need to keep working on. You know, and I know Prime Minister Modi came to Houston, and then, of course, the president went to India. And we have so many ways that we can partner up militarily, economically, technologically. And the India people, for the most part, are everything that we would want them to be as partners and friends. And my wife and I have so many dear friends that we definitely want to be partnering up more with them. And my wife and I do. We're with them all the time in so many different ways and opportunities. You know, the last thing I would like to say is, you know, I do need your help. I'm running against a 20-year incumbent who has $1.3 million. And we need to raise enough money to be competitive. In fact, I say I want to be the new Dave Bratt, Dave Bratt was a representative, a candidate for representative that actually took on the Speaker of the House, Eric Cantor. He had $206,000. Eric Cantor had $4.7 million, and he won. I know the Republican Party wasn't happy at the time, but it goes to show if somebody wants to work hard, it can be done. And I'm one of those people. And I kind of, in that respect, I want to be the new Dave Bratt. So if people want to get in touch with me or donate or whatever, they can go to www.boblancierforcongress.com. And I want to thank you so much for your time. And again, happy Independence Day to India. And we look forward to our continued relationship with all our friends in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. We're with them all the time, go to every event they have. And that's why we get so many invitations. And we love each and every one of them. Thank you. God bless.
Okay, hi. Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Robert, Lancia. Namaste. And it means a lot to all us Indians that you are being part of all those celebrations. And you are doing the reach out. You're just the right person for that. Okay, so let's move on to our next candidates. Susan Marie Smith from Indiana, District 7. She received a bachelor's degree from Ball University Law School. Her professional experience includes working as an attorney and teaching criminal justice classes as an adjunct professor. Susan's other experiences include serving as secretary for Pathways Africa and Community Heights Neighborhood Organization, as a board vice president of Indiana Anti-Car Theft Committee, board secretary of Lutheran Child and Family Services, as a member of Columbia Citizen and Police Review Board. She is also proud member of Greater Indianapolis Republican Women's Club, the National Federation of Republican Women, and Warren Township Republican Women. So thank you so much, Susan, for being here, giving us your precious time to US Impact platform. I would love for you to address our audience today. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And on behalf of my family and friends and the citizens of Indiana, I want to wish India happy Independence Day.
Thank you so much.
Our governor and Prime Minister Modi have met, and we have a strong relationship. We have InfoServe, and they've developed a U.S. Education Center, and they're committed to reskilling American workers. That's amazing. That was a very large relationship, and they continue. And we also have several other Indian global companies that have found themselves in Indiana, Columbus, Indiana, and other places. So we already have a great relationship with India. And of course, in many parts of our community, we have a large number of our Indian American friends. So that relationship has been established, and it continues to grow. And one of the things that I love about our Indian community is, as many have said, the strength of the nuclear family. In the Black community, over the years, through reckless policies by the government, it has destroyed the nuclear family in the Black and Brown community. And that's something that we as Republicans must change, because right now it's about 70% of our community, the children are born outside of a nuclear family. And that has caused so many problems in our community. The crime rate and what we're seeing with many of the young people on the streets. It's this hand-to-mouth type of policies that have allowed our young people to grow up. But when we see the Indian American community, we see this strong family, we see education being number one. And as an educator myself, it is absolutely important that we begin to move that dial from those that are leaving school early, because of having children or just dropping out. We have to change that. And so it's so necessary for us, as Republicans, but also for our Indian American families, to begin to share the beauty of what they have with the rest of the community. How is that going to be done? I'm not sure, but to allow them to be, they are a proud people, and we have to get many in our community to not be concerned about who they are, but to say, look at what has happened to our nation, to our community, with this group of individuals that have come to America. And another thing that I've really am concerned with is the immigration reform. It is just so sad that our immigration policies are so piecemealed. It's like one administration comes in, you get a few things here, an executive order, and we really need to remove these limits from certain countries. And I know through India that it is terrible that you have to wait 20 to 30 years before a green card and et cetera is provided. When we look around, we see many doctors. We have Eli Lilly here. We have Columbus, Indiana, with many of the major companies that are global, and yet we struggle to allow those from India to come in and participate. So it's one of those things where I just think, with our Indian community, we have to allow to be this connection so that the Black community can see what another people of color on the other side of the world, how they've come in, how they waited to get here, how they educated their children, and now they are the top ones in our, community economically. They're just changing everything that's going on around us, and we have to open our eyes. So I'm excited. I'm running, for the 7th district. It is Marion County in Indiana. Currently, the individual who has the seat now has been there 12 years. He received the position from his grandmother that was here that served 8 years. And before that, we had another Democrat who served 30 years. So in this district, it's been 50 years of Democratic representation. And we can see that. We do have a Republican governor, so that is so wonderful for us. And overall, this, it's our capital seat. And yet now when we look around, we see with the Democratic administration as a mayor, as this current congressman, how it has made such an awful impact on the capital city of Indiana. And so I'm running, I'm probably one of the first Black African-American women on the Republican ticket that is running for this seat, and so we're getting people behind us, but many do see, okay, it's been a Democratic, seat for so long, but I have shared with everyone that 2020 has been so unpredictable for us to sit back and think things are going to be the same. We can't accept that narrative anymore. We have a strong president, a president that has a wonderful relationship with India. And now it's time, because it is time for a change. It's time for us to make that incredible move so that we do not go down that socialist, trail. It will destroy even more of those that are struggling now. But I just wanted to thank so much for the U.S. Impact for allowing me to be on this platform, and for those in Indiana as the Indian American community to just look us up as the Republicans, that we are trying to truly fight against, this socialistic, democratic, train. We need to disrupt the forward movement of it. And so thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Susan. And yes, your time means a lot, and thank you for giving your precious time and your insights on US Impact platform, and all the best. We're proud of you being the first woman from your ethnicity in that particular seat. All the best. And of course, US Impact looks forward to working with you. Thank you so much. Okay, so next we have candidate from Colorado, Steve House. He began his career in healthcare and worked for 30 years as an engineer, sales leader, executive, and consultant with Philips Medical Systems, GE Healthcare, Cardinal Health, and Aetna Healthcare. In politics, House worked as an aide to U.S. Rep. Kent and as the chair to Adams County Republican Party. House also received a certificate from Leadership Program of Rookies, a conservative public policy training program in Colorado. Steve was elected as the chair of Colorado Republican Party in March 2015, defeating the two-term incumbent Brian Call. So thank you so much, Steve, for giving your time, especially on a little short notice, but means a lot to us. And thank you for working with us. So please go ahead and address our audience today. Thank you.
Namaste, Kush. It's great to talk to you.
Sure.
I did not follow the prescription and do this from my office because I'm on the road as a candidate this morning. Welcome, and I'm really glad to be here. First and foremost, I really appreciate the relationship that President Trump and Prime Minister Modi have. I think they're two men, they're kind of the same beliefs, and they think about the potential of people in the countries they lead. I actually believe that they get something really right that a lot of leaders need to get, and that is that it's not about them as leaders, it's about the citizens of the country they lead, and that freedom and prosperity come from those citizens. And I think certainly both leaders have enabled their citizens to be free and prosperous, and that's really, really important. I also think they're leading countries at a time of crisis, and it's really important that these two men, with what they think and believe, are the leaders in the time of crisis. I struggle a little bit with where we are right now, because on one hand, my campaign office in Aurora, Colorado, received a letter yesterday suggesting that on the 23rd of August, I needed to put bars on the windows, remove all my valuables, check my insurance policy, and be prepared for my building to be destroyed because of a political rally that's supposed to be peaceful. Certainly, we've got to restore order in America, but the other side of me knows that I personally believe the next decade and a half of innovation in the world will be the greatest decade and a half of innovation ever. And what better partner to have in that than India? India has been a great technological innovation partner for multiple decades now. And I think between the two of us, we have a great opportunity to unleash that engine fueled by innovation. We're not going to get there, of course, if socialism takes over. And I have a great deal of concern about moms and dads sending their kids to school in communities that don't appear to be safe right now. We've got to get past the COVID-19 crisis. And I wrote an op-ed this morning that was published in the paper about the fact that when you really look at the data, children have a 3 to 6 times greater chance of dying from the flu than they do COVID. And there's not a single verified case where a child has given an adult the coronavirus anywhere in the world. So I think our kids have to go back to school, and they need to do it now because they have more harm by staying out. But while we manage this crisis, if we can win in November, and I have a seat that is supported directly by Kevin McCarthy, Steve Scalise, the vice president has called me, he's coming to help us, because they know that this seat, which has always been Republican until right now, was won by a guy named Jason Crow, who is an impeachment manager. He failed at impeachment, fortunately for all of us and the president, because he was duly elected and should not have been impeached. But Jason has a very low favorable rating. It's 31% of the people who know him like him, a district that's always been Republican. So I think we're getting a lot of support because people know that we can win it. But what I really want to see is I want to see us win in November, and I want to see us take our partnership between us and India. And I have a great deal of friends and support from the National Asian Indian Republican Association here in Colorado. And let's take this innovation for a ride. Let's solve diabetes. Let's, solve some of the problems. We can solve sickle cell anemia certainly within my lifetime, and that affects a lot of my friends in the Black community. Technologically, we can go to Mars. We can do things that will develop, new transportation technologies and mobility, things for, elderly people. We have to raise the level of health of our elderly, and COVID-19 has showed this in a dramatic way. And on top of that, I think we're facing a labor shortage in the long run in the United States of America because of aging. And that too is where we need to resolve our immigration policy issues. People need to come into this country legally. We need them. We need, the great entrepreneurs of India to keep coming here. They need to come in legally, but so does everybody else. And I think America needs to finally address an immigration policy that they should have resolved back in the late 1980s or 90s. But we're dealing with a Congress that just seems to want to point the finger at each other rather than get something done. For me personally, I travel to Africa as a humanitarian. I do clinical work on the ground in impoverished nations like Kenya and Uganda. When you get your boots dirty doing service for others, running for Congress is a different deal. You start to realize how important service really is. And I'm coming at this from a point of a heart of service. And if I go to Washington and can't get something done, we won't have this conversation in 2 years, Kush, because I will step aside and let somebody else try it. The bottom line for me is we need your support. We have a fairly large group of Indian Americans that are sourced in our district. We need their help. Most of them are entrepreneurs. In fact, frankly, I think they do a greater job of showing Americans how America is supposed to operate than many of the Americans that are born here. And I love that entrepreneurship about the Indian community. So you can reach me at houseforcolorado.com. It's spelled out HOUSEFOR, Colorado.com. We're going to win this thing. We're going to turn the House over to somebody other than Nancy Pelosi, hopefully Kevin McCarthy, someone like that. And we're going to jump into this innovation, Kush, and we're going to ask for you guys to be great supporters of that, because together these two countries were built to move the world forward over the next 2 to 3 decades, and certainly in my lifetime. And by the way, I hope I'm alive in 2045, 46, when you guys celebrate your 100th anniversary of being free and independent. I think we should do that in India. I don't know if I'll be able to travel that well in my 90s, but we'll see what happens. And thank you so much for having me, and US Impact for having me today. Have a wonderful day and bless you.
Thank you so much, Steve. And absolutely, we look forward to doing that celebration for 100 years together.
Okay.
Keeping fingers crossed. That's a great idea. We should all go to India. India loves tourism. Thank you so much. All the best in Colorado. All the best. Okay. So next, we have a candidate from California. Congressional District 27, Johnny. Johnny was born in New Jersey and grew up in California. His parents ran away from oppressive Soviet government in mid-1930s while going through a couple of countries, and they also lived in India. Yes, by the way, Mumbai, before settling in one of the original 13 colonies, New Jersey, during the World War II. They left tyranny with liberty in mind to live the American dream. Johnny started working at the age of 11 and over the years fell in love with politics. Johnny believed that through hard work and honest work ethics, he could achieve the American dream. Keeping these values close to heart, he founded successful California-based seafood distribution and processing company at the age of 19. Johnny campaigned representing the seafood industry. He also campaigned with a great pride for the late Governor George Deukmejian. Johnny's interest in politics prepared him to become the community MVP by truly tackling the crisis that impacts his constituents on the daily basis. Thank you so much, Johnny, for being here on US Impact platform and giving your precious time to us and addressing the Indian American diaspora in the United States, your district, and worldwide. I would ask you to please go ahead and address the audience.
Hello, patriotic American Indians. I love you guys. You have a special place in my heart. As you mentioned, my parents, when they were wiped out under socialism in the Stalinist regime, India from 1942 to 1944 took in a lot of our people and took care of them. And then my parents came to the United States. And I must say, God rest their soul, they love you people. And you, again, I love you people. And you know what I like about you the most?
No.
You are shakers and movers. This is what I love. I love that entrepreneurship that you possess.
Thank you.
Now, happy Independence Day. What a beautiful word that is. Independence, freedom. And I want to take a minute and tell you all one of the big reasons I'm running. You said 11 years old. Well, it's more like 5 years old, but it didn't put in my bio 5 years old. I loved politics since then, since I watched the Kennedy-Nixon debates with my grandpa and my dad. I became crazy about politics, and the founding fathers of this country became my heroes. What is happening today in our country? I've been fighting for 30, 40 years. This socialism movement is nothing new to me. It's just gotten stronger. And one of the things we got to know is, we had the same problem during the Reagan years, which was one of my favorite presidents. Reagan, Lincoln, and President Trump. These people that are trying to take over our country, these Marxists, are the same mentality that took over and started the Bolshevik movement. I want to read you something. It's short. Some of you might have already heard it, but it's about Saul Alinsky, and it's called, he wrote a book, Rules for Radicals. And one part here that's very important, I want this to sink in for everyone. How to Create a Socialist State by Saul Alinsky. There are 8 levels of control that must be obtained before you are able to create a socialist state. The first, healthcare. Second, poverty. Debt, number 3. Gun control. Welfare. Education. Religion. Class warfare. And that's one of the biggest ones I hate. This identity politics that's going on. We got to get out there. We need boots on the ground. Your community, I love, and I hope they love me out there in the 27th district. I've made a commitment. When I win this election, I am going to make the 27th district the richest district in all 53 in California. And how am I going to do that? I'm going to team up with the American Indian diaspora. I love the way you think. And by the way, being in the seafood industry all these years, I was supposed to go into politics in my 20s. But being in the seafood industry, we've done a lot of business with India. And I love doing business with you. And you're doing a great job producing shrimp for us. I want you to know that, Indian shrimp farmers. God bless you. So we have a battle here. I call it a battle. I used to look at business as a war, and I look at this as a war. Why am I running? Again, I was supposed to run in my 20s. Had a tragedy happen in my family. Major tragedy. We lost my sister to multiple sclerosis. Very sad day, and it really hurt my father. So I had to take over the family. And you're probably wondering, as you mentioned, Kush, and by the way, you're doing a great job. As you mentioned, I started the company at 19 years old. I had to quit politics. I was a baseball player. I had to quit everything. And I was supposed to run in my 20s. And I said, I'll be back one day. And as I went through these years, I got to tell you, it's not these socialists, these communists, these Marxists have gotten very, very, very bad. And the problem is they don't understand what it is. There wasn't a day in my house. Hey, in my house, the word communist was a very bad word. I'm going to leave you with a short story. My cousin, who was during the hippie times, and God forbid you badmouth this country. If you badmouthed America, you've got a major problem with my father and mother. My cousin kept badmouthing. Well, in those days, when you wanted to fix a problem, he said, "Son, do not badmouth this beautiful country." And he did it again. My dad gave him a nice, polite slap in the face. 2 weeks later, this gentleman went, when I say gentleman, my cousin, went and joined the United States Army, and he came out as a conservative as me. Anyway, I leave you with that short story. God bless India. God bless America. And thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. That was quite a passion in your speech, and we could absolutely relate to that. Yes, God bless us all. So next, we have Jean Ives from Illinois District 6. She served 3 terms as Illinois State Representative, first elected in 2012, demonstrated not only a willingness to lead on difficult issues and question the powerful House leaders, but also an insightful understanding of policy. Her legislation has been recognized throughout the state, and her opinion editorials have been published in Chicago Tribune, The Federalist, and the Wall Street Journal, as well as several political news sites. Representative Ives graduated with Bachelor of Science in Economics, and she went on to serve in the Army. Her assignments included platoon leader and headquarters detachment commander for transportation units in Germany and ROTC instructor, Wheaton College. Prior to her election to Illinois House, Ives served on the Wheaton City Council. During her tenure, Representative Ives focused on bringing about true pension and tax reform in the state, government transparency, and advocacy for the school choice. Her awards include Champion of Free Enterprise from Illinois Chamber of Commerce, inaugural Titanium Backbone Award from Illinois Family Institute for her pro-family stance, and 100% rating from American Conservative Union. Thank you so much, Jean, for being here and giving your precious, precious time on this platform, US Impact, where you can address this minority, Indian American diaspora, and many more and minorities and majorities, because we cater to USA, to the diverse USA and the global USA. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate this time with you and all that US Impact does to actually promote conservative candidates, because as you know, conservative policies are really what our American policies are truly about. And, you know, I live in the western suburbs of Chicago, and of course our area has a vast contingency of Indian Americans. And in fact, I just met with a group of seven of them for lunch last week. And they come from a diverse background, of course. You've got small businessmen, you've got people invested in commercial real estate. At that time, that's the office I was at. You've got a lot of people that are in the medical professions. And the great news here is that you are folks who play by the rules and expect your children to do the same. And that's exactly what America is all about. It's about a lot of personal responsibility and looking out for your family first. And fortunately, you guys have been such contributors to the American economy in many ways, and we want to keep that strong relationship going. In fact, I don't think of you guys as Indians. I think of you as Americans. And truly, that is what it all comes down to. Now, what we know and what the entire rest of the world knows and understands is that there has been lawlessness, literal lawlessness, in especially Chicago and Cook County, not to mention other parts of the country like Seattle and Portland. But I have it right here, literally in my backyard, happening in Chicago. And that is something that all of us must stand up against, because just as you won your independence and we won our independence from British tyranny, a little bit of a comparison there, as did you, what we know is that independence quickly goes away if the rule of law is not enforced and tyranny returns. And so it's more important now than ever that we arrest the unrest that is happening around the country and that we apply the law equally to everyone. Otherwise, our children will not have a future. Our children will not have a future if we don't also handle the cancel culture, which wants to literally cancel free speech. That is not what independence is about. That is not what our forefathers fought for, what your forefathers fought for as well. we expected everybody to have a free and open voice in this democracy, this republic that we have, democracy in India. And we expect people to be treated equally. And we will not prosper as a nation. We will not prosper together unless we have this control over our laws. So I really appreciate the fact that you guys are on the front lines when it comes to the skirmishes against China and Chinese aggression. And we look forward to having very strong relationships with India, who has the same value system that we have, that is not a communist country. I would prefer that we deal with you in terms of businesses. And I absolutely respect the fact that many of you have come over here, have immigrated to the U.S. for opportunities you cannot find elsewhere in the world. So I appreciate your contributions to our country. I appreciate your strong family values. I appreciate your sense of personal responsibility and your appreciation for education as the way forward for everyone. So in the light of that, I just want to, again, thank you and thank your community and ask you to get involved in this race as we attempt to take out Nancy Pelosi from her speakership so that we can renew America and reestablish our dominance economically and keep it militarily. Thank you all for having me on today.
Thank you so much, Ian. Meant a lot, all those words. I am sure a lot of people who are watching you right now, they're really enjoying and getting inspired by what you said. All the best to you in your district, and we look forward to watching your race and working on those lines. We shall keep on growing the advocacy platform. Thank you so much. All the best. Okay, so next we have District 30, California, Mark Reed. Mark Reed is an actor, small businessman, rancher, and an advocate for constitutional government as specified by our founding fathers. He is proud advocate of homelessness, addiction, veteran rights, and legal immigration. He has some interesting views about nuclear deal between Iran and USA as well. Let's welcome Mark Reed from California, District 30. Thank you so much for being here, Mark, and giving us your precious time. Please go ahead and address everybody.
Thank you, Kush, and thank you, U.S. Impact, for putting on this forum for everybody to be able to get to know the candidates that are running to be able to represent America. You know, happy Independence Day. Independence and freedom is not passed down from one generation to the next. It's actually fought for from one generation to the next. India knows this in the homeland of India because they just lost 20 soldiers to the skirmishes against China. China is a major threat to the region. This is the first president of the first administration has actually put his foot down and addressed the issues of unbalanced trade, of the military practices that are not conducive to a cooperation between partnerships throughout the region. India is a very, very strong ally with America, and America is a strong ally with India. However, my opponent actually boycotted and promoted the boycott of Modi's rally in Houston, Texas. This is not what you would call a cooperation. India is a strong partner. China is a strong adversary. China has dominated, and it's told the world it's going to dominate the world by economics, also by military as well. During the administration that Obama had, China became the dominant manufacturer of all generic drugs. They control 86% of all the active ingredients of all generic drugs manufactured throughout the world. India and Pakistan have both recognized this as a national threat. These are the things that this administration is dealing with. My opponent sits on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. He was there when all of these things happened. He promoted it, allowed it to happen. He stands side by side with the current candidate, Joe Biden, and he knows exactly what's happening. For a person to be sitting on the House Foreign Affairs Committee and allowing these things to take place is an atrocity. He is now vying for the chairmanship of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. God help us if he gets that, and God help us if the Democrat leadership stays in power, because that's all they're interested in is power. They're not interested in cooperation between nations. They're not interested in promoting a nation and going up. Now, I have served as the national rep for American Indians because I'm part of Mohawk and Apache. So I say hello and namaste to my fellow Indian Americans as an American Indian. But I've learned the cooperation between nations, between people, just between individuals, becomes the sky's the limit. If you allow this, how would you say, concentration on what divides us rather than what binds us together, you create this massive division. China focuses on that through its Belt and Road Initiative. It will loan the money to build ports, build infrastructure, not because they're trying to help that country, because they want to dominate that country. They want to dominate world trade. This administration, with my help and my support as well, will continue that forward movement. And you can see what happens behind the scenes when you have that real cooperation, the historic signing of the peace treaty, the Abraham Accord between Israel and the UAE. You look at this and you say, wow, what can happen? China's feet needs to be held to the fire. China does not like India. We all know that. China continues to battle and fight for its independence and its freedom, the freedom to choose its own direction of where it wants to go. Here in America, I think all of the predecessors of the candidates that spoke before me, we know that immigration reform, visa reform needs to take place. We know that the racial divide here in America doesn't exist. It's only focused on by the press, because we have a huge Indian American community within the 30th Congressional District, and they are very dominant in the restaurant industry and manufacturing and the businesses. And as the families, the nucleus of the family, India is very strong. The Indian American families are very strong. I share the same. I met my wife when I was 11 years old. I gave her a promise ring at 16 years old. We married at 21 years old. We have 3 adult children, and we have our 11th granddaughter showing up this next month. So we look at it, what are we doing for the next generation? How are we defending the rights and the freedoms of each individual here in America? Not as American Indians, not as Indian Americans, Armenians, the Black community, the Asian community, but solely as Americans. We need to foster that cooperation. We need to foster those bridges that bind us together. Because if we continue looking for those little things out of whack, all we're going to do is create divide, we're going to create anarchy, and we're going to create a system and an environment that is not healthy for anybody. Again, my name is Mark Reed. I'm running for the 30th Congressional District. You can go to my website at markreedforcongress.com. We're always looking for volunteers. We're looking for help. We have a good shot at winning this election because the opponent has been an atrocity for the district. He has allowed fundraisers for care for the Muslim Brotherhood in his district. Again, he filed the first impeachment papers against the president, which completely failed. He is not a person who is looking after the district. He is a person who is looking after his own self-interest and power. I want to give representation back to the district. I want to give representation equally to all people in the district, Indian Americans, American Indians, the Black community, the Asian community, whoever is in the district. This is the kind of representation we need, is that bipartisan cooperation, but with conservative ideals and principles and morals. If we don't have those directing us, then where are we going? And we can understand that by truly understanding our Declaration of Independence, truly understanding our Constitution and what Congress should be doing. With that, I want to thank you. Namaste. And I look forward to speaking with you once again.
Thank you so much, Mark. All the best in your congressional district. It's not easy, but all the best in California, and all the insights that you gave on various points that you touched. And yes, Indians would enjoy to listen everything that you mentioned and, go from there. So, and we are here to provide this platform. So thank you for allowing us to be this platform to connect them with the officials and the future officials. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have Mr. Jim Merchant from Nevada, District 4.
Marchand, right, yeah. Thanks, Kush. I really appreciate what you're doing and U.S. Impact. We are happy to have the opportunity to address the Indian community, and happy Independence Day. We, as you know, we celebrate our Independence Day here and on July 4th, and we do it with vigor. So reason I'm running, first of all, let me tell you, I'm running for Nevada's 4th congressional district. It is comprised of North Las Vegas, probably half of Las Vegas, and a lot of rural communities in the state of Nevada. And the reason I'm running is for many decades, I've watched the erosion of our freedoms here in America and throughout the world, and got very disturbed by that, and decided to step up and run for office myself to try to stop some of that. We have a choice this election cycle, this coming November, between socialism and freedom, between free market capitalism and socialism, like I said. And also, we're in a battle of good and evil. And I just refuse to let evil prevail. So a little bit about my background. I've been a technology entrepreneur, businessman all my life. I started a computer software company in 1984, way back when the personal computers were just coming out, and built a software company and sold computers and software all over the country, United States, for many years. In 1994, when the internet became an item and commercially available, I formed and started an internet service provider company, and that allowed people to dial in at that time and get access to the internet. And as a result of that, me forming my company in Florida at the time, the Florida Department of Revenue wanted me to collect sales tax on my customers, and I did not agree. And I actually challenged them and won. So I prevented initially the people of Florida from having to pay sales tax on internet access, and that kind of grew into a huge movement nationwide. I founded the Federation of Internet Service Providers Association and lobbied on behalf of protecting the internet and helping it flourish. And one of the other things that we did under my tenure as president of FISBA was the United States government wanted to classify the internet as a utility. And as most people who are business people knows, when the government starts oppressing and initiating regulations on businesses, it stifles the economy. And I knew that would be a problem. And I fought them and appeared before Congress and the FCC many times and convinced them that that was not a good idea. And so the internet was kept free until I think 2013-14 when Obama actually clamped down on it. But thankfully, President Trump and our FCC chairman right now has reversed that and to keep the internet free. So in 2005, I moved out to Nevada from Florida and experienced the same things out here. My own Republican government raised our taxes out here $1.5 billion. And that upset me, and I decided to run for office out here in Nevada. And I won in 2016 the Nevada Assembly, and had a great session and got to vote on a lot of different laws. And the result of that was the American Conservative Union. I don't know if everybody's heard of that. There's a guy named Matt Slapp, very popular. He's on Fox News all the time. He runs an organization called American Conservative Union, ranked me the #1 most conservative voting legislator in the Nevada Assembly in the 2017 session. So I'm very proud of that. It's not easy to get that ranking. And so I have proved that I have a very conservative voting record that I will take to Congress with me also. And being a businessman, I'm proud to say that I've been endorsed by the National Federation of Independent Business. I've also been a huge advocate of our Second Amendment. I've been endorsed by NRA. I've also been endorsed by National Right to Life. I am a pro-life Christian, and I've also received endorsements from numerous law enforcement agencies here. So some of my main issues that I'm going to concentrate on in Congress are, of course, getting our economy back going. This COVID crisis has been a disaster for our economy, and we have to do whatever it takes to get our economy back going within reason. And I am for opening up America right now. I think we've had enough, and our small businesses are getting killed right now, and we have to do something to stop that, because that is worse than the virus right now. Also, what we see going on around the country with this anarchy, Antifa doing what they're doing, I never would have imagined in my life that I would know and see legislators that would want to defund our police. And I am very much against that, and I will do everything I can to support our law enforcement. And I'm very proud to have received from numerous law enforcement organizations here in Nevada, I have received their endorsement. And then another issue for me that a lot of us have talked about here today is China. What China did with the COVID virus is a travesty, whether they did it with malice or whether it was an accident and they tried to cover it up. I believe that China needs to be held accountable for what they did for all of us all over the world. And I look forward to working with India on protecting the world from the march of tyranny from a communist government. Lastly, healthcare is a huge issue for me. As we know, our healthcare here in the United States is not as good as it could be. And I'm very fortunate that I'm able to work with a group called the Job Creators Network that was founded by the founder of Home Depot, Bernie Marcus. And we have come up with a really good plan for our healthcare system. And we will be talking about that a lot between now and November. So like I said, we've got a battle in November, and we've got a choice between freedom and oppression. And I'm on the side of freedom, and I can use all the help I can get to Washington. If you want to donate to me or help me in any way, go to my website, jimmarchant.com. It's JIMMARCHANT.com. Contact me. I'll be happy to work with you in any way. And once again, I sure appreciate U.S. Impact for allowing us to address your community, and very happy to participate in your Independence Day. And I look forward to working with many of you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Those were very important points. Next, we have Margaret Stryker, Connecticut District 3. She's willing to work with anyone that wants to solve problems and achieve positive results. Margaret doesn't just teach about entrepreneurship in college, but she actually creates jobs and runs her own companies. She has negotiated and managed and led through highly complex situations in both regulatory and open market economies. Margaret is willing to work across the aisle on any idea that will benefit the hardworking people of Connecticut, ready to fight for common sense solutions to the problems. Let's hear from her. There's no voice. Hello? There's no voice.
I think you're on mute, Badri.
Yeah, you need to restart.
Hello, I am Margaret Stryker, United States congressional candidate representing the GOP
Pin her video.
District.
I don't see her.
I'm sorry?
Pin her video in the screen.
Oh, is it not? Is it visible now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
It is visible, Badri. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hello, I am Margaret Stryker, United States congressional candidate representing the GOP for Connecticut's 3rd District, including Milford, Connecticut, my hometown. Thank you to U.S. Impact for getting my message out to the Indian American community. I would also like to thank Ambassador Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy for your endorsement of my candidacy. As a first-time politician who is fiscally conservative, socially moderate, mother to 4, and a part-time educator, I have spent my business career focusing on growing small and mid-sized businesses, and understanding the discipline and the rigor it takes. I fully support legal immigration. I support our men and women in blue, and I believe above all, the safety and security of our neighborhoods and our nation is paramount as we focus on future generations, educating our children, and how to best move forward. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Take care.
Thank you so much. Now we have Buzz Patterson from California District 7.
Hi, everyone. This is Buzz Patterson coming to you to wish all Indians, the Indian community, a happy Independence Day. I'm running for Congress in California 7, Sacramento County, California, where it's so east part of Sacramento up into the foothills of the Sierra Nevadas is my district. It's a very diverse district with a very big Indian population, and just looking forward to being their servant for the next 2 years in Congress. My background is 20 years as an Air Force pilot. I flew all over the world. In fact, flew to India very frequently, Mumbai and New Delhi, and loved my time in India. 20 years in the Air Force, also flew in combat, places like Bosnia, the Persian Gulf, Grenada, Rwanda, over my 20 years. In 1996, I was asked to be President Bill Clinton's military aide, Air Force military aide, and carry the nuclear football. And as such, I lived in the White House for those 2 years, had an office in the White House and a bedroom in the White House, and got to see firsthand the type of leadership that we don't need in this nation. I retired from the Air Force in 2001, started writing books about politics and how it impacts our military, and that's got me excited to be the representative from California 7. We have a big Indian community in California 7. We have a lot of issues in California 7. First and foremost is small business, especially revitalization as we come out of this COVID-19 pandemic. We've got to get our small businesses back up and running. Also, I'm very big on law enforcement. The defund the police movement that's happening right now across America in our major cities is simply unconscionable. We've got to give the police officers, our law enforcement officials, the tools they need, the training they need, the tools they need, and the support that they need and they deserve. And right now, I think we're falling short on that mark. Education is big in my district. In fact, I'm running an event this coming Thursday to send our kids back to school. We've got, I think parents should have the choice whether or not their children go to school. It shouldn't be left up to the teachers unions, which is where we are right now in California. So I'm a big proponent of sending our kids back to school and giving them the classroom instruction and the socialization, the skills, the tools, the sports that they need to further their careers as an adult. And finally, I just want to again wish all Indians a happy Independence Day. We've got your back. I'm very, very thankful for an organization like U.S. Impact that can lead the way to get the issues in the U.S. that really matter to Americans and Indian Americans. And I'm just very glad to be associated with, very proud to be associated with U.S. Impact. So you all keep doing the great work that you're doing. God bless India. God bless you all. And I'll be talking to you soon. Take care.
Thank you. And we have next Valerie Ramirez Mukherjee from Illinois District 10, former finance and technology executive, self-made businesswoman, entrepreneur, and mother. Val was born in Dal City. Starting in preschool, she figured out a way to self-fund her college education by working part-time through scholarships. She also attended the Wharton School, where she earned MBA Finance. Val spent over 15 years in finance, technology, politics, working at the leading firms in Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Bloomberg, IBM, Silicon Valley startups, etc. She left the corporate world at the age of 39 to launch and run her family's private investment office. Val started playing tennis 5 years ago and rose quickly through the ranks and competed in the local, state, and national tournaments and represented her local club. Let's welcome a sportswoman and a politician and an all-rounder, Valerie Ramirez.
Do you have the video, Coach?
Oh, really? Wait. How do I... the link I sent you, right? Is that link working? I'll send you again, wait.
Pretty heavy download.
Do we have anybody else? Okay, then that's fine.
Jim was there. Jim has dropped out. Jim Merchant.
Yeah, Jim has just dropped out. Amit, why don't you finish off your conversation, and after that, I'll download this and take it forward.
Sure.
So Amit, go ahead. He's our president. Thank you behind everything, and of course, go ahead and address everybody.
Thank you.
One of
Thank
the
you.
founders and the current
Thank you,
president.
Kush.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, Honorable Suryaji, Mohandas Paiji, all congressional and Senate candidates and the elected officials who participated today. A big thank you from US Impact for joining this grand celebration for India's Independence Day. Your presence today is a true testimony on how much you all appreciate the Indian American community and the value it adds to this great nation. We value your views and thank you all for your support for the Indian American community. As PM Modi says, he's got a true friend in White House, that is Donald Trump. You all showing your generous support today as part of this event for the Indian American community. Now we can also boast that we have numerous friends in Congress. On behalf of US Impact, I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. US Impact will work with you during and after the elections, focusing on doing advocacy for the Indian American community. And I'm sure with your support, the voices of the community will be well heard. Once again, wishing everyone a very happy Independence Day. Jai Hind and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. Badri, would you like to say some words? Badri is, again, one of our founders and National Board of Directors for US Impact since years. Please go ahead. The backbone behind the organization.
Well, thank you very much, Kush. This is a real great occasion for all of us to bring together several Republican and conservative candidates and hear them exactly what they stand for and how much they value the Indian American connection. It is important for us to understand that there are leadership within the conservatives as well as the Republican Party who care for Indian Americans. And this particular participation and the level of participation which we have seen today is a testimony to the same. I thank each one of our leaders, the political leaders who had a chance and who did give us a decent amount of their time today, or maybe on a busy schedule, busy campaign schedule, to be part of this particular event. Again, I appreciate their participation, and I certainly would like to thank each one of our team members who have gone all out to make this event a success. Thank you, Kush, for doing all what you all do, and Amit for all your leadership, and a number of state chapter presidents as well as independent directors who have put together a great effort to bring this all together in one single show. Thank you all once again for your time and really appreciate it. Let's make this big. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Satish, for being there since the very beginning, since long. He's our chapter president from California. Thank you so much. So do you want me to share the screen or are we good with the videos?
You can actually share the screen.
You want me to?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that then. I'll try to.
You have it or do you want me to
Yes,
do it?
No, I have it ready. Give me 1 second.
This is Valerie's video, I guess.
Well, today on India's Independence Day. My name is Valerie Ramirez Mukherjee, and I'm a first-time candidate for public office. My background, I'm a former Wall Street and Silicon Valley tech executive. What am I running for? I'm running for Congress here in the beautiful state of Illinois. The district is District 10, which is just about 15 miles north of Chicago and runs all the way up to the Wisconsin border. Probably guessed from my name, my husband is Indian. We've been married for almost 20 years. He's an immigrant from India, first-generation immigrant to this country. We have 2 beautiful children, middle school and high school. I've visited India many times. They have joined us as well. I was always amazed by the warmth and the vibrancy and the welcoming and the food and the colors. Love visiting our experiences in India. stories with my husband as we talked over the years. Education has been a pillar, and it's a pillar of how we are raising our children. And it's one of my key parts of my platform, which is jobs, education, taxes, and safety. Education transformed my life. I did not come from a family of privilege or a family that had attended college. I was actually the first in my family to go to college, my brother and I both. We self-funded our education, figured out how to get there, how to pay for it, ended up graduating from UC Berkeley, no debt, honors, also a master's from Columbia in public administration where I taught statistics, and an MBA from Wharton in finance. That grit and determination are the principles and values that I feel so many of us share, not only here, but also with my husband and with his family, extended family from India. My background, where have I worked? I've worked predominantly in Wall Street and Silicon Valley, Goldman Sachs, UBS Investment Bank, or in IBM, Bloomberg, running enterprise sales data on the West Coast. Our country right now is being torn apart by political extremes. My platform as the nominee for Congress is getting us back to the center, to heal. The reason why I'm running is to combine socially moderate plus fiscal conservative principles. What I call myself as a purple Republican. If elected, I would tirelessly work stronger for U.S. and India ties. And again, as I said before, my platform is what I call JETS, jobs, education, taxes, and safety. If you'd like to learn more about me, my husband, see our kids, you can visit my website at valforcongress.com. Join the campaign, spread the word. We all know what to do. I thank you again, wishing you the best. Thank you to U.S. Impact for hosting me and all the other candidates and elected officials. And I want to celebrate India's 74th Independence Day, but also show you the beautiful part of our district. I am in Winnetka, Illinois, amongst the shores of Lake Michigan. This is the most southeast portion of our district. Just about 10 minutes away there is Northwestern, and 15 miles away is Chicago. Our district, Congressional District 10, is a beautiful district with over 14 Fortune 500 companies, yet you're amongst a suburban lifestyle with sidewalks and water and education. And if you ever have a chance to come look us up and visit us here in District 10. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think I have, let me see if I can start that, okay?
I think you streaming it from the drive, Khushbu, is not working out properly. There's a huge lag between.
I see.
Yeah. So
Just let it go. We are all done. Thank you everyone for joining in. We are closing the session right now, and really appreciate all your. Oh, do you have another one, Kush?
This is the last one.
Okay.
No, but if it is not downloaded on your device.
Impact members, so lovely to be with you today. My name is Esther Joy King. I am running for United States Congress in the Illinois 17th Congressional District. That's the western side of the state. It's a district that has heavy agriculture. Ag is really important in this area, and it is one of the top targeted races in the country for this 2020 cycle. I want to make sure and say Happy Independence Day, India. I know that this is a celebration of the independence of the country, and similar to what India experienced in 1947, I believe we are in a struggle for our country in this election in 2020. And I believe we need to choose freedom, just like India did in 1947. Some issues that are really important in my campaign. First of all, we have got to get our economy back up and running. It is so critical that we have jobs so that each and every member, each and every person can build a life for themselves, that they have the economic means to be able to do that. And especially relevant for the Indian community, not just jobs, but high-performing jobs. Jobs that you can really integrate and contribute and make great lives for yourselves. Also, I believe immigration is critically important, that we reform and overhaul our immigration system. I grew up right on the border between El Paso, Texas and Juarez, Mexico. So I saw firsthand what illegal immigration does to communities and to the people who immigrate illegally. It's hard on them. And I believe it's much more important that we overhaul our legal immigration system so people that are going to add value and contribute and enrich the United States of America are able to come here and come here legally. So those are some issues that are really important. Thank you so much for your time and attention and support for my campaign in the Illinois 17th. It's lovely to be with you, and happy Independence Day, India.
Okay, so that was Esther Joy King, the last candidate, and now I think we are done. So let's just say bye. Thank you so much for everybody who's watching us. Keep connected, keep following us, US Impact, Facebook, YouTube, everything else. We have a website. Any information that you want, please contact us, info@usimpact.com. We shall provide you, we shall continue doing whatever we are doing, advocacy efforts and connecting the people with the politicians and the legal, lawmakers. So thank you for watching, and I am myself founder